Story 1. Okay, here we go. The high beams sliced through the inky blackness, painting the skeletal trees a ghastly white. I gripped the wheel, my knuckles bone white, a tremor running through my frame that had nothing to do with the chill in the cab. This wasn't a normal run. This stretch of highway, Highway 41, the locals called it the Gut, had a reputation. One whispered in hushed tones in Grazy Spoon diners late at night. They said, things happened here. Things that defied logic, things that clung to the soul like a shroud. I should have turned back. I should have taken the detour, anything to avoid this cursed ribbon of asphalt. But the dispatcher's voice, a monotone drone in my ear, had been insistent. Deadline. Gotta make the deadline. They never cared. They never do. I shifted gears, the rig groaning, a metal titan protesting its passage through this desolate landscape. The moon, a pale, diseased disk in the sky, offered no comfort. It seemed to watch me, a silent, malevolent eye observing every twitch, every breath, every anxious swallow. I glanced at the dashboard clock. It was 2 a.m. The witching hour. That's what my grandfather used to say, when the veil thinned, when the things from the other side could slither through, undetected. I told myself it was just old wives' tales. It was just fear talking. That did not stop the cold, clammy sensation on my skin. The heater blasted at full strength, but the frigid air seemed to burrow into my marrow. Then, I saw them. Not a deer. Not a wolf. Nothing familiar. 3 figures, standing at the edge of the shoulder, their forms distorted by the flickering headlights. They were tall, unnaturally so, their limbs long and spindly, like praying mantises crafted from shadow. Their faces were featureless voids, just smooth patches of absolute nothingness. I slammed on the brakes, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the cab grew thick, heavy, suffocating. The truck's tires screeched against the pavement, a guttural cry against the oppressive silence. I watched them, transfixed, their movements slow, deliberate, as they began to approach the cab. Their bodies glided over the asphalt, not walking, not floating, a disconcerting, unsettling movement that spoke of something fundamentally unnatural. I fumbled for the door lock, my fingers clumsy, unresponsive. They seemed to grow larger. The closer they came, the nothingness where their faces should be, now felt like it was pulling me inward, threatening to swallow me whole. They were not of this world, not of this reality. They were the nightmares made flesh. One of them reached the driver's side window, its hand, a collection of elongated digits, pressing against the glass. The sound of the contact sent a shudder down my spine, a scraping, like bone against stone. It vibrated through my teeth. My eyes locked on the hand. The skin, if you could call it that, was pale, almost translucent, with veins visible beneath the surface, pulsating, dark as coal. It felt like something had slithered into my body, cold and unholy. I wanted to scream, but the sound died in my throat. I could not move, not a muscle. It felt as if I was trapped in amber. I tried to start the rig, my hands shaking, so bad I dropped the key. The figure at the window tilted its head, a slow, deliberate motion, as if studying me. It did not speak. It did not make a sound, yet I understood. It wanted me. It wanted what was inside me. It wanted what I was. The other 2 figures crowded around the cab, the window on the passenger side, a dark, mirror image of my own fear. I slammed my foot on the gas. The engine, thankfully, roared to life. The truck lurched forward, the tires spinning, spitting gravel. I didn't look back. I pressed my foot harder on the accelerator, the speedometer climbing. The wind whipped against the cab, but the air remained heavy, thick with dread. I dared to glance in the rearview mirror, a fleeting glimpse, just long enough to see them, still there, standing on the shoulder, motionless, their dark, featureless faces turned towards me, like hungry predators watching their prey. I could almost feel them, still so very close, their cold energy, wrapping around me, an invisible shackle, tethering me to the darkness. For what felt like an eternity, I drove, my hands locked on the wheel. The trees lining the highway became more gnarled and twisted, resembling skeletal fingers reaching out, grasping, trying to pull me in. The moon still watched, but now it seemed to grin like an accomplice in some heinous act. It was a silent, mocking grin. I could hear it. I could feel it. I was being hunted, not by men, not by animals, but by something that existed beyond the comprehension of the human mind. Something I was never meant to see. I came across a diner, a beacon of light in the oppressive blackness. It was nothing more than a shack, really, with a blinking neon sign that read, "Eats." I pulled in, my body trembling. I stumbled out of the cab. My legs felt like they were made of jelly, and made my way towards the entrance, hoping for a moment of respite, a place where I would feel safe, even for a little while. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, but what met me on the inside was not comfort. The air inside was thick with a sickening, cloying sweetness. Behind the counter stood a figure, tall and gaunt, with skin the color of curdled milk. Its eyes, two black pools, reflected back my own terror. It wore a stained, white apron and held a cleaver, the blade gleaming under the dim lighting. It never spoke, it never moved, yet I knew I was not safe here. This place, this diner, it was part of it, part of the nightmare. A grotesque imitation of a normal place. This was a trap, a spider's web woven from darkness. The figure raised the cleaver, a slow, deliberate movement. The cloyingly sweet smell intensified. My world seemed to shrink, closing in around me. I backed away slowly, my eyes locked on the cleaver, its dull silver surface, reflecting the horror of this place. I turned and ran, bursting through the doorway, not stopping, not hesitating. I could hear the slow, deliberate steps behind me. The air felt thick, heavy, like it was fighting against me, holding me back. I had to reach my rig. I had to escape. I reached my truck, scrambled into the cab, locked the door, and fumbled for the key. The rig roared to life. I looked back through the windshield, and there they were. The three figures outside the diner, standing, silent, motionless. But now, I could see the figure from the diner had joined them, the cleaver held low and glinting. In the dim light, they did not run after me, they did not need to. The diner, that grotesque imitation, was part of the highway, part of the gut, part of the nightmare. I slammed the gas pedal and drove as fast as my truck would allow. The speedometer ticked upwards. I looked in the rearview mirror. The diner was gone. But the figures were still there, just behind me, their dark forms. Gliding across the highway, their faces void. They had found me again. They had always been there. It was not a chase, it was a dance. A dance of madness and dread, with me as the central figure. And I knew, with bone-chilling certainty, that this was never going to end. Not tonight. Not ever. It was in my soul now, in my flesh. They were coming for me. They would always be coming for me. I could feel their hunger, their desire. It was like being consumed from the inside out. Then, the highway ended. It was like the ground just ended abruptly. I could hear the screeching, the metal twisting, my body crushed. And then, nothing. Story 2. The biting wind, a cruel sculptor of ice, battered my rig. It was a late November night, the kind that burrows deep into your bones. I was hauling a load of, well, it didn't matter what. Out here, on this desolate stretch of highway, the cargo was as irrelevant as the dreams of a dead man. I was, to be blunt, just trying to make it through the night. The vast, black expanse seemed to swallow my headlights, making them pitiful little orbs against the infinite dark. My breath hung in the cab like a ghostly shroud, a cold, clammy exhalation in this frozen wasteland. The temperature gauge had been in the negatives for hours, and the world outside the reinforced glass was a swirling blur of white and shades of deep, oppressive blue. The very silence was unnerving, a thick blanket of nothing that muffled everything. It made my ears ring, a low, persistent hum that felt like it was inside my skull. I glanced at the GPS screen, the tiny, glowing lines tracing my route. Another couple of hours, if luck held. If a word that held as much menace as the black void outside. I'd been driving these roads for years, but this trip felt different, tainted by a sense of unease, a palpable weight in my chest. It was more than the cold, more than the desolation, it was something else. Something watching. I kept catching fleeting glimpses, in my side mirrors, of things I couldn't quite define. Twisted shapes, darker than the night itself, like shifting shadows, playing tricks on the edge of my sight. I kept telling myself it was just fatigue, just the flickering lights, the cold playing hell on my eyes. But I couldn't shake the feeling, the chilling certainty, that they were real. A sudden, sharp bang rattled the entire truck. Not an engine issue, not a tire blowout. It sounded more like a heavy fist hitting the metal. My grip tightened on the wheel, heart hammering against my ribs. I scanned the mirrors, adrenaline flooding my senses. Nothing. Just endless snow, the black trees huddled like ancient, watchful sentinels against the horizon. I pulled over, cautiously, and grabbed my flashlight. The wind screamed as I opened the door, a razor-sharp shriek that tore at my exposed face. I hopped out, my boots crunching loudly on the frozen ground. The metal was freezing to the touch. It was colder than the air itself. I directed the beam of the light along the side of the rig, my gaze searching for any damage. Nothing, not a scratch, not a dent. Then I saw it, pressed onto the side of the cab, near the window. Were handprints, but not human handprints. They were massive, clawed, and the skin, or whatever it was, looked like it had been turned inside out, pink and raw and glistening with a viscous fluid. Or something. The very sight of them sent a shiver of pure terror through my body. I wanted to reach out, touch them, but my arm wouldn't respond. I, instead, just stared at them, my mind trying to make some logical sense of their existence. Logic, however, had packed its bags and left me to wallow in the black pit of the unknown. I jumped back into the cab, locking the door with trembling fingers. My heart was now pounding like a drum, a frantic rhythm against the silence. I turned the key, the engine coughing to life. I slammed the pedal down, and the big rig lurched forward, spitting gravel out from under the tires. I was moving fast, ignoring the protesting gearbox. I needed distance between me and whatever left those marks. I kept glancing at the mirrors, watching, waiting for those shadowy shapes to reappear. I knew they were still out there, just beyond the reach of my lights. I could feel their presence, the weight of their gaze boring into my soul. The hours dragged, each one heavier than the last. I was tired, exhausted, both physically and mentally, but I knew sleep was an invitation I could not accept. I didn't want to be caught vulnerable. Then, I noticed the change, the subtle, yet undeniable shift in the environment. The trees, they seemed closer now, almost leaning inward, their branches skeletal fingers reaching across the road. The snow was different as well. No longer the pristine white of a winter wonderland. It was now the color of old bone, and it seemed to squirm like something organic. I was in their territory, that much was clear. A high-pitched keening broke through the silence, a mournful cry that clawed at my ears. It wasn't animal, it wasn't human, it was something else entirely, something ancient and twisted. The sound grew louder and louder until I thought my head would split in two. I pressed my hands over my ears, but it was no use. The noise was inside me, resonating within my bones. Then, they appeared. The shadows that had danced in my mirrors, they were real. And they weren't shadows. Tall, gaunt figures with skin like boiled leather and long, spindly limbs moved with unsettling speed, gliding through the snow. Their eyes. They were the color of dying embers, piercing the darkness with a cold, malevolent light. They were hunched over, but even in their deformed stance, they were taller than any human. They had no discernible faces, but rather a collection of random, fleshy lumps, punctuated by those burning eyes. They had the same clawed hands that had been imprinted on the cab of the truck. One of them stepped forward. It emitted another ear-piercing shriek that seemed to solidify the fear in the depths of my chest. It raised one of its clawed hands, and the hand reached out towards the cab. I didn't wait for it to touch me. I floored the accelerator, the rig shuddered, then roared into action, tearing up the now rotten snow. The figures did not fall behind. They ran, faster than anything I had ever seen, matching my speed, with impossible ease. They surrounded me, closing in from all sides. I gripped the wheel harder, desperate to escape their embrace. The cab of the truck felt like a coffin, and I was waiting for the lid to be closed. One of them leaped onto the hood, its weight rocking the truck. Its face, if you could even call it that, pressed against the windshield, those burning eyes staring directly into mine. I saw into their souls, if they had any. They were cold, empty, and filled with a hunger that made my blood turn to ice. Its clawed hand smashed against the windshield, a massive spiderweb of cracks radiating outward from the point of impact. I swerved violently, hoping to dislodge the creature. The truck spun, the world becoming a blur of white and black. It worked for a moment. The creature was flung from the rig, but more replaced it. Clambering onto the cab, their faces pressed against the windows, their cries now a chorus of pure, unbridled torment. The lead creature, the one from the hood, slammed its fist through the side window, its claw reaching for me. Its hand found my arm, and it tightened. Its grip was cold and impossibly strong. I screamed as the claws began to tear at my flesh. I could feel the life draining from me, the cold creeping in. The last thing I saw, before everything went black, was the burning light of their eyes as they pulled me from the wreckage of my truck. They dragged me into the swirling snow to join them in the frozen hell they now inhabited. Story 4. The rhythmic thump, thump, thump of the 18-wheeler was my constant companion. It was a heartbeat, a lullaby, a drone that usually kept the vast emptiness of the highway at bay. Tonight, though, something felt different. The air, thick and heavy, hung around me like a shroud. The sky, a bruised purple, promised nothing but shadows. I gripped the steering wheel, the leather cool, beneath my clammy palms, and tried to shake off the feeling. It was just the fatigue, I told myself. Just the endless miles, blurring the edges of my sanity. Then it started. A hiss, crackling, a whisper of static on the CB radio. Not the usual background noise, a living, breathing thing in my ears. It was almost like breathing. At first, it was just a garbled mess, but then it coalesced, formed into something sickeningly familiar. Gotcha. 10-4, it rasped, the words fragmented, each syllable a knife twisting in my gut. A shiver went down my spine, cold and deep, as though an ice cube had been dropped into my veins. I swallowed hard, tried to dismiss it. Probably some kid, I muttered to myself. Some punk with a cheap transmitter. But the static came again. This time, clearer. Sleeping on the job, aren't you? It said, the tone accusatory, laced with a disturbing amusement. My eyes widened. My knuckles went white. Around the wheel, how could it know that? I had dozed off for a moment. Just a second. A moment to close my eyes, but long enough for a wave of sleep to wash over me. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't random. This was watching me. I jammed the button on the CB, my voice trembling. Who is this? I demanded, my voice shaking, a brittle thing in the vast cab. Only more static, and static seemed to shift, to squirm like a living thing. Then it spoke again. That birthmark behind your ear looks like a spider, it hissed. My hand flew to my neck, to the spot concealed by my hair. A birthmark I never talked about, something I had always hated. The static chuckled, a dry, bone-rattling sound. My heart hammered against my ribs, like a caged beast. I glanced in the rearview mirror, desperate. Nothing. Only the inky blackness swallowing the highway. I tried to change channels. Clicked. Through one to the next. But the static followed always, a malevolent shadow in my ears. It was taunting me now. Remember. That girl. From high school. Sarah something. Sarah Miller. It stated the name. Delivered with relish. Sarah. A ghost I hadn't thought of in decades. The color drained from my face. Panic clawed at the edges of my sanity. This was not normal. Not human. Something malevolent, something twisted, was using the airwaves as its hunting ground. I felt exposed naked, as if my innermost thoughts were being broadcast across the radio. The static began to change. Again, it became more frantic, more intense. Now, it was mimicking the voices of my loved ones. My mother's soft lilt, my brother's gruff laughter, my wife's gentle coo. Each voice twisted, warped, into a mocking, agonizing perversion of familiarity. It was a chorus of torment, a symphony of dread, conducted by something beyond human understanding. I couldn't take it anymore. I slammed my foot on the accelerator. The truck roared forward, a mechanical beast trying to flee a phantom. The static shrieked, a high-pitched screech that threatened to shatter my eardrums. Run, run, it makes it so much more fun, it taunted. The dashboard vibrated with the force of the sound. The cab began to feel like a coffin. I glanced in the mirrors again. This time, something was there. In the reflection of my headlights, I saw them. The figures formed from the static itself. They weren't solid, they weren't clear. Shimmering shapes, moving. Just beyond the edge of vision, like heat haze on a summer day. They were growing, the static thickening, solidifying into grotesque humanoid forms. They seemed to slide into the reality of the road, not from it, each pulse, a shiver, into my very soul. I jerked the steering wheel, desperately, swerving wildly across the lane, trying to escape, the spectral figures closing from the back. My heart was about to leap right out of my chest. I could feel the breath of the static on my neck, cold and wet. It whispered directly into my ear now. You can't hide from me. One of the figures lunged out of the mirror, its hand reaching for me. An appendage of pure static, crackling and arsing with malevolent energy. I screamed. A primal cry of terror, the sound swallowed by the monstrous silence within the cab. I grabbed the tire iron from beside my seat, my hand slick with sweat. I turned to face the thing as it reached for me. Its hand touched my face. Pure cold. Static electricity surged through me. The static screaming into my brain. My vision tunneled, all sense of self dissolving. I was just static, a whisper on the air. The last thing I saw was the distorted face of the creature as it came for me. Its grin a jagged mess of raw electrical energy. The world went silent. Then, only there was the static. Story 5. The moon, a swollen, jaundiced eye, glared down. Its sickly light painted the asphalt with an unnatural sheen. I'd been hauling livestock all night. The scent, a thick, cloying aroma of hay and animal musk, had finally burrowed deep into my nostrils. Even the stale coffee I'd been nursing couldn't dislodge it. Fatigue gnawed at my skull. Each blink threatened to drag me into the black abyss of sleep. Then I saw them. First, it was just a flicker at the edge of the beam. A dark blotch against the pale concrete. Something that didn't belong. As I drew closer, the blotch resolved itself. It was a figure, or rather, a collection of them. They were huddled close by the shoulder of the highway. They weren't human. Not truly. They were tall, skinnier than a scarecrow, each one coated in thick, black tar. Not the smooth, shiny kind. This was viscous, uneven. It clung to them in globs and dribbles, like they'd been dredged from a forgotten pit of the earth, coated in its full residue. The tar obscured any hint of their form, smoothing away any human features. There were no clothes, just the inky, clinging mass. Their movements were jerky, unnatural. Like puppets with frayed strings, they shuffled and lurched, heads bowed low. They didn't walk. They glided and dragged, their bare feet, which were more like hoofs, left dark, glistening smears on the concrete. They made no sound, just a faint, wet squelch as their forms shifted. I gripped the steering wheel tighter. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs. What the hell were they? I'd seen a lot in my years on the highways, but nothing like this. My skin prickled. It felt like 1,000 tiny ants were crawling beneath my flesh. I tried to rationalize, to convince myself that they were just shadows, tricks of the light, but as I passed them, they turned, slowly, deliberately, their heads like tar-coated melons, swiveled in my direction. I didn't see eyes, no glint of light, but I felt their gaze, a heavy, suffocating weight. It was like being watched by something ancient, something hungry. They didn't break their slow, shuffling pace. They continued their unnatural crawl. They were moving towards my truck. I pressed my foot down on the accelerator. The engine, a gruff, growling beast, roared. I wanted distance. I needed it. I glanced in my side mirror. They were still there, a black, creeping stain against the bleak landscape. They were moving faster now. Their movements had become more urgent, more frantic, like they were being pulled by an unseen force. Then, I saw it. One of the tar-covered figures reached out. It stretched a long, thin arm towards the passing vehicle. Its fingers, more like claws, were tipped with thick, black tar. They seemed to grasp at the heat radiating off the tires. It was then that the true nature of their desire became horrifyingly clear. They were drawn to the heat, to the inferno of power. A wave of nausea washed over me. I tried to ignore them, focus on the endless strip of highway, focus on my work. But they were relentless. In my mirrors I could see them, like dark, predatory insects. A swarm always present, trying to get closer. 1. Then 2. Then a half-dozen more were now on the highway itself, not just on the shoulder. Their movements, once slow, were becoming disturbingly quick. They were flowing towards me, like tar being poured from an unseen vessel. The sickening, wet squelch became louder, a chorus of desperate, sucking sounds. I could feel my control slipping. Fear, cold and sharp, had wrapped around my chest. I swerved. My grip on the steering wheel tightened. I was trying to shake them, trying to get rid of the persistent nightmare of tar, but my truck was a magnet for them. It was something they desired, something they needed. One of them, a particularly long and slender creature, launched itself. It hit the side of my cab with a sickening thud. I could hear the thick tar smear across the metal. It clung to the side, its black fingers digging into the door seams. The entire vehicle shuddered. Another, then another, slammed into the metal and glass. The sound was horrific, like some unnatural beast trying to tear its way inside. They were attempting to cover every inch of my truck, to claim the heat for themselves, to fuse with the steel. I slammed on the brakes. The truck bucked and groaned. The trailer full of panicked livestock howled as we came to a screeching halt. I needed to get rid of them. I needed to get out. But, even as I reached for the door handle, they were there, pressing against the glass. Their tar-coated faces, now inches away. I didn't see mouths. I did see the tar shift, ripple, and then form in the shape of jagged teeth. The windows began to groan under the relentless pressure. I knew it wouldn't hold for much longer. They would be inside soon. They wanted to consume my heat. They would melt me to fuel their unnatural existence. The glass started to crack. Fractures spread like spiderwebs across the surface. The first pieces fell inward. I could smell the tar now, a dense, suffocating odor of decay and something else. Something primal. Then, the entire window shattered. A wave of tar and black appendages poured in, reaching for me. Claws scraped against my skin. The taste, acrid and metallic, filled my mouth. It was the taste of oblivion. They had me. They were going to drag me under. Story 6. My name is Earl, and I've been hauling freight across these desolate American highways for 30 years. 3 decades of asphalt and diesel, of endless horizons and Grazy Spoon diners. I've seen a lot, heard a lot, and most of it's just the usual humdrum of this life. But what I saw last month, what I'm still seeing now, it ain't humdrum. It ain't natural either. It started subtly. Just a flicker at the edge of my vision. I'd glance in the mirror, expecting to see the trailer stretching behind me, or maybe a set of headlights closing in fast. But there'd be a shift, a blur like a shadow playing tricks. I'd chalk it up to fatigue, the long hours messing with my eyes. The usual. But it kept happening. More frequently. A tall, slender form, almost too thin, limbs that looked like they were pulled from some horror. I would only see it peripherally, a ghost dancing in my blind spots. Turn my head just a fraction to get a better look, and it would vanish. Gone, like it was never there. The first few times it left me unsettled, with goosebumps, and a shiver down my spine, a deep unease worming its way into my thoughts. It was always the same figure. The way it moved wasn't like a person, not quite. Too fluid, too unnervingly silent. I tried so hard to get a clear view. I tried to catch it directly in the mirror or by spinning my head fast. But it was always just a glimpse, a flash at the absolute edge of perception, like a whisper in a wind storm. The other truckers started to notice it too, we called it. The blink and you'll miss it. At first, it was just talk. Late-night banter over lukewarm coffee at the truck stops. Some laughed, attributing it to sleep deprivation and bad coffee. Others, though, were quiet, eyes wide with fear. The color completely drained from their cheeks. Some, they went ghost white, silent, like they knew more than they let on. More than any of us should know. It grew worse, quickly. The sightings started to intensify. No longer a fleeting shadow. Now it was there for a second, maybe 2. The details grew more visible. It had long arms, thin as branches, ending in hands that seemed unnaturally elongated. Its legs, same story. They bent at angles that didn't appear human. The head, it was a shadow, a void, a negative space. That was, probably, the most terrifying aspect of all. There were no features, no eyes, no mouth. Just a dark, vacant oval that seemed to suck the light from around it. I started having nightmares. Not the usual kind, where you're falling or late for a meeting. These were different. I'd see it, that form, standing in the darkness, its limbs stretching, impossibly long, reaching out towards me. I'd wake up gasping, heart pounding against my ribs, as if it were trying to break free. A clammy sweat clinging to my skin like a shroud. The roads started to feel different. The air around me became heavy, oppressive with the weight of something unseen. The solitude of the long haul, which I once found comforting, had become terrifying. Every mirror check, every glance out the side window, was an exercise in terror. I was always anticipating seeing it, the blink and you'll miss it, lurking at the edge of my vision. I tried to rationalize it. Sleep deprivation, stress, a shared hallucination. But deep inside, a cold, dreadful certainty was taking hold. This wasn't normal. This wasn't explainable. This was something else. Last night, it was different. I was on a long stretch of highway, just before the New Mexico border. The moon was a sliver in the inky black sky. The only light was from the beams of my headlights. Cutting through the absolute darkness, I saw it, not in the mirror, not in my peripheral. No, this time it was right next to me. It was almost as if it was pacing my truck. I saw it, clearly. For the first time, its limbs were like bent twigs, covered in a sort of slick, dark material. The movement was erratic, not smooth like a human's, almost jerky, unnatural. The head, that void, seemed to grow larger, pulsating slightly. A deep, cold chill ran through my body. My hands started to tremble on the steering wheel. I slammed the brakes, the tires shrieking against the asphalt, metal grinding. The truck lurched, throwing me forward against my seatbelt. When I could see through the blur, when the screeching and the grinding finally stopped, it was still there. standing, just feet from my passenger side window. I could see more detail. The material on its skin appeared almost liquid, reflecting the ambient light in strange, unnatural ways. It moved closer, slowly. My hand instinctively reached for the door handle to escape this nightmare. But as I turned to face the thing, it moved closer, right up against the window. And, for the first time, I saw it. Directly, its form pressed against the glass, its head tilted just slightly. That void, that space where a face should be, widened. And a sound began, emanating from the dark emptiness. Not a scream, not a growl, but a sound like the air being pulled out of a vacuum. A low, guttural humming that vibrated in my bones. It was the sound of absolute nothing and absolute terror. I remember feeling a wave of pure, unadulterated horror wash over me, and then a strange calm. I sat there, paralyzed, as that gaping void grew bigger, closer, until the void consumed everything. I don't know what happened after that. I simply remember the sound and the feeling of being utterly and completely alone. I woke up hours later, in the middle of a field, miles from my truck. I never saw it again. But it saw me, and that is enough. Story 7. The salt flats shimmered, a cracked mirror under the merciless sun. Each glint a tiny, malevolent eye. I gripped the wheel, the old rig groaning beneath me, a familiar symphony of stressed metal. The miles, they usually soothed, a lullaby of asphalt and distance. Not today. Today, unease clung to me like the dust devils swirling on the horizon. It began, just like any other run. A smudge against the stark landscape. A figure thumbing a ride near a desolate gas station I'd barely noticed before. I'd seen plenty of hitchhikers, loners, drifters, kids trying to reach some distant dream. This one was different. Even from a distance, something felt wrong. Not wrong like dangerous, more wrong like a puzzle piece forced into the wrong hole. He was tall, too tall for his frame. Limbs elongated, almost stretched, like taffy pulled thin. His clothes, ill-fitting, sagged off his misshapen physique. And then, the eyes. One a deep, obsidian black, the other a milky, cloud white. Two mismatched orbs, staring, not pleading, not begging, just staring. With an intensity that felt like it burrowed into my soul. I kept going, of course. Never pick up hitchhikers. That's the cardinal rule. But the image, it burned itself into the back of my skull. The next stop was a truck stop, maybe 100 miles down. A greasy spoon. Stained coffee cups and the smell of burnt, cheap meat. I tried to push him from my mind, but there, he was there, leaning against the side of the building. Still, impossibly, just standing. Like he just materialized from thin air, the same stretched limbs, the same mismatched eyes fixed on me. No change, no gesture, just that unsettling gaze. He didn't move, didn't acknowledge me, just watched. As I went inside, he remained rooted to the concrete, a phantom stain against the fading daylight. When I came out, he was gone. A chill, deeper than the evening air, snaked down my spine. It was just a coincidence, of course. There were many roads, a lot of drifters. It was the vast emptiness of it all that makes the mind go to odd places. The following morning, the dawn was a bruise against the pale sky. I was just a few hundred miles more from my next delivery. I had to pass through a small, abandoned settlement. The skeletons of homes stood like broken teeth against the horizon. This was when I saw him again. It was just a glimpse, a fleeting shadow, near what appeared to be an old, collapsing barn. I almost dismissed it. Just a trick of the light, playing with my wary eyes. But then I saw more. There was something different about him this time. His face. The cheekbones seemed more pronounced, sharp as chipped flint. His jaw seemed to jut out at an unnatural angle. His neck was longer. And the eyes, those awful, mismatched eyes, seemed to have a brighter gleam. The black one seemed almost bottomless, a swirling vortex, and the white one glowed like a pearl under moonlight. This was not possible. I slammed on the accelerator. desperate to leave the decaying town, and him behind me. I told myself it was a hallucination, lack of sleep, the constant drone of the rig. It kept going, this bizarre game of cat and mouse. He reappeared at the next rest area, this time even more distorted. His fingers looked elongated like spiders' legs, his shoulders had broadened unnaturally. The clothes hung looser than ever, barely clinging to his altered form. He was like a figure, sculpted out of Play-Doh, each appearance more misshapen than the last. The look in those eyes, now it felt like it had burrowed into my flesh. It felt as though they were looking through me, into something unseen. My deliveries became secondary, my need to find some explanation, a primal urge. I tried to speak to other truckers, tried to tell them what I was seeing. Their faces just became blank. They shook their heads and told me I needed sleep. They did not see what I was seeing. It was only for me. The next stop, I tried something different. I veered off route, going towards a small town, not normally on my path, just to see if he would show up there. And there, at the edge of the town limits, where the asphalt gave way to dirt, he was. More distorted than ever. His mouth looked wider, a ghastly smile that showed more gums than teeth. His ears looked like small wings jutting out from the side of his skull. The black eye now looked like a gaping hole, and the white eye seemed to shimmer with an internal light. He took a slow step towards the rig, and I, for the first time, felt a true visceral terror. I sped off, my hands clenched around the steering wheel. The landscape blurred into streaks of color. The engine screamed, pushing hard, but I knew it was a futile attempt. I was locked in this bizarre, macabre dance. The final stop, I knew it was coming. I was in a dense, forested area. The trees loomed tall and ominous, blocking out most of the sky. There he was, waiting in the middle of the road. He had no clothes now. His skin looked gray and stretched, and thin, like parchment. His limbs had become too long and thin, ending with fingers that looked like claws. His mouth was a gaping black maw, and the eyes, they now burned like twin embers. He was not humanoid any longer. He was something else, something wrong. He just stared, his gaze like daggers piercing my soul, and then he moved. He took a slow step toward the rig. Then, another, each step making the ground shake. I was frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. This was it. This was the end. He was coming for me. The world went silent as he reached a long, stretched hand towards the driver's side door. Story 8. The desert hummed, a low, guttural thrum. Not from my rig, not this time. It was something else, something ancient, resonating deep within the bones of the earth. I'd been hauling refrigerated meat across this godforsaken stretch of Arizona for 3 days. The sun, a molten eye, glared from above, bleaching the landscape to a pale imitation of itself. I gripped the steering wheel, its worn leather a small comfort. The air hung thick, a suffocating blanket that carried the scent of dust and something else, something wild and acrid like burnt hair. I'd heard the stories, the whispers carried on the wind like tumbleweeds. Tales of things that shifted, things that watched from the shadows. Skinwalkers, they called them, creatures that could steal the shape of man or beast. I'd dismissed them, of course, as the ramblings of old-timers and the fevered dreams of those left too long alone in the sun. But tonight, as the twilight deepened, painting the sky in bruised shades of purple and blood orange, a cold dread began to snake its way into my gut. It started subtly, a fleeting movement at the periphery of my vision. A brush wolf, maybe, I thought, but its movement was too fluid, too deliberate. It moved with a strange grace, its limbs contorting in ways that no animals should. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, and it was gone, melted back into the deepening gloom. I told myself it was just fatigue, the endless monotony of the road playing tricks on my mind. But the feeling lingered, a prickling sensation that the world around me had grown teeth. I passed through a small, deserted town, its buildings like skeletal remains picked clean by scavengers. There was no light, no sound, save for the mournful creak of a weather-beaten sign. Even the wind seemed to hold its breath as I moved through. I accelerated out of that place, seeking the reassuring hum of the highway, desperate to push back against the unease that was growing like a tumor within me. I glanced in my rearview mirror, a habit, and saw it. A figure, just for a fleeting instant, standing by the side of the road. Tall, gaunt, its face obscured by shadow. But its eyes, even in that fraction of a second, were like burning coals. It was not the same brush wolf. I knew it. Deep down, in a place beyond reason. I forced my eyes back to the road, my hands tightening on the steering wheel until my knuckles were white. I put my foot down, pushing the rig harder, faster, feeling the engine labor under the strain. The landscape blurred into a kaleidoscope of muted colors, but that feeling of being watched, of being hunted, remained. It grew, became an oppressive weight on my chest. My breath came in short, sharp gasps, and my heart hammered against my ribs like a caged bird. I heard it again, the strange, low hum, now closer. More insistent. It resonated in my bones, vibrating through the floor of the cab. I looked in the mirrors again. In the left mirror, the dark figure stood at the edge of the scrub. In the right, an impossibly large and hairy wolf stood on hind legs. It was almost human, almost. Each time I glanced back, the creature was a bit closer. One step, another step. The pace was deliberate, like a predator drawing in its prey. Panic seized me, icy and absolute. I started yelling, trying to scream at the encroaching horror, but my voice was just a weak croak, a whisper lost in the desert's vast expanse. I slammed on the brakes, the trailer groaning in protest as the rig bucked to a stop. I needed to see. I had to know what it was, even if the knowing was likely to kill me. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness like a fragile blade. I swung open the door, the hinges protesting with a high-pitched squeal. I stepped down into the dirt, and the ground felt different under my boots, softer and spongy. The air throbbed with a palpable energy. The humming had become a chorus of guttural whispers, an unholy symphony of something ancient and wrong. The beam of my flashlight landed on the figure, now only feet away, standing there in the gloom. It was tall, impossibly so. And its skin was a patchwork of dried leather and thick, coarse hair. Its face, no longer obscured by shadows, was a gruesome mockery of humanity. The eyes, burning embers in the dark, held a cold, predatory intelligence. They weren't eyes, they were pits, deeper than any I had ever encountered. And then its face began to change. The skin squirmed, contorting, stretching, bones shifting beneath the surface with sickening pops and cracks. The teeth grew longer, sharper, like jagged shards of glass, protruding through the flesh as its mouth extended almost to its ears. The ears moved up its head, becoming pointy and lined with fur. Its hands twisted, claws extending from the ends of its fingers as its long nails peeled away. This was not a man or a wolf or a brush wolf. It was something else, something far older, and it was feeding off of my fear. My flashlight fell from my numb fingers, clattering to the ground. The beam flickered, illuminating the thing for a moment, then plunging us both back into the inky black. I stumbled back, scrambling blindly for the cab, my mind reeling in terror. I was beyond thought, only instinct driving my clumsy movements. I clawed at the door handle, my hands slick with sweat, found purchase and pulled myself inside, slamming the door behind me. I fumbled with the lock, the mechanism clicking into place, a small victory in the face of the encroaching horror. The rig shuddered. The thing was on the hood, its claws scrabbling at the metal, leaving deep gouges in the paint. I could hear it snuffling, sniffing, its breath hot and fetid, seeping through the thin metal. The engine started with a roar, and I slammed the gas. The rig lunged forward, bucking like a wild animal. I didn't care where I was going, only that it was away from this creature. I glanced in the mirror. There it was, its form shifting again. Now almost a shadow, running on all fours, keeping pace with the truck with unbelievable speed. It jumped onto the side of the cab, and with one massive claw tore the door open. A hand, furred and clawed, grabbed my arm, its fingers digging into my flesh. I could feel the shift, the change, beginning inside me. My bones groaned, stretching, my flesh felt like it was boiling. It was the beginning of my transformation, and the world was getting closer to a hell that I could no longer run from. The hum grew stronger, a deafening roar, and I gave myself to it, becoming one with the shifting landscape and the nightmares it spawned. My scream, a primal howl, was lost in the desert wind. Story 9. The desert air, thick and heavy, clung to my skin, a grazy film. My rig, a monstrous chrome beast, rumbled beneath me, a mechanical leviathan devouring the endless asphalt. Days blurred into nights, weeks into months. I was adrift, in a sea of sand and sky. The only constant, the low hum of the CB radio. It crackled, spitting static and garbled voices. A chorus of loneliness. But lately it had been whispering things it should not have. Things that made my blood run cold. It started subtly, with the faintest murmur. A distant echo. I dismiss it, chalk it up to fatigue, to the endless drone of this damned. Then, the murmur grew into a whisper. And then, a voice. A familiar voice. Danny. It breathed, like a soft caress against my ear. Danny, are you there? My heart seized. My hands, suddenly clammy, gripped the steering wheel tighter. That voice hers. It was Martha's. My Martha. Gone now these 2 long, excruciating years. A tragic accident, they said. A head-on collision. But I knew deep down Martha was more than gone. Now, she was back. Or at least, something that were her voice was back. Martha. I croaked, my voice, thick with fear and disbelief. The radio crackled, a pregnant pause. Then it spoke again, the voice sweet and gentle, yet laced with a chilling undertone. Yes, Danny. It's me. But this, it wasn't Martha. This thing, wearing her skin, it wasn't my sweet, gentle wife. It was mocking me. What? What are you doing here? I stammered, my voice trembling. Like the desert heat was coursing through my veins. A twisted, mocking laugh echoed from the speaker. I'm not really here, Danny. I'm just a visitor. A traveler. Like you. The voice, it continued. It told me things. It knew things. Intimate things. Things only Martha would know. It spoke of our first date, the night we met. Our first dance. It even mentioned the little nickname I had for her. A nickname no one knew. It was pulling me in with the allure of the past, with the sweet nectar of the dead. You need to turn, Danny. It purred, the voice shifting, growing deeper, more guttural. You need to leave this highway. There's something waiting for you just over the next rise. A place we can be together forever. A sacred place, a place of power. My skin crawled. A cold, icy dread settled in my gut. A sacred place. The word felt wrong, like a curse word slipping from my tongue. It did not belong to Martha, the real Martha. This voice was a predator wearing the familiar skin of a loved one. I knew that now. Days turned into nights. The voice persisted. It never faltered, never gave up. It whispered. It cajoled, it threatened. It painted vivid, grotesque pictures of a place of shadows and bone. A place where the veil between worlds was thin. It tried to lure me off course, to drag me to the edge of oblivion. I was losing it, my resolve thinning, like threads frayed in the wind. Sleep was a luxury. Food a forgotten necessity. The landscape around me began to twist and contort, warped in the unsettling light. The desert began to breathe. It squirmed like something alive. And the voice, it was always there, constant, implacable. One night, the voice spoke, with a new intensity, a desperate edge to it. Danny, the time is now. Turn off the road, I can show you the real me. We can finally be together again. Forget what happened, Danny. Forget her. The real her is gone. It's only me now. The urge to turn was overwhelming. like a physical force tugging at the steering wheel. My hands trembled as I fought to keep the truck on the straight and narrow. Images of Martha flashed in my mind, her kind smile, her warm embrace. But they were tainted by the voice, by the memory of what was now a horrible mockery. Then the radio crackled with a new voice, a new presence. A gruff, gravelly voice I had never heard before. "Hey driver," it growled. "Heard you talking to somebody on the frequency. You all right there, son? You sound a little lost." I hesitated, my eyes darting to the radio, then back to the dark, empty expanse ahead. I think so," I muttered, my voice hoarse and shaky. "Well, if you ain't all right," the other voice replied, "you ought to pay attention to the old-timers who know these roads. You're close to a place the locals don't even go to. Place is cursed. The Skinwalkers, they use those places to lure the unwary. Don't let that voice in your head lead you into the dark, son. It will not be your Martha waiting." His words hit me like a punch to the chest. My mind cleared just for a moment. The haze, the fog around me finally broke. I saw it, the truth. This voice, it was not my Martha. It was a predator, a skinwalker using her memory as a lure. The voice on the CB radio screamed, a piercing, animalistic shriek. "No. Don't listen to him, Danny. He's lying! It's me! Come to me, Danny! I'm waiting!" I slammed my foot on the accelerator. The truck roared to life. A mechanical beast now, fueled by rage. I would not be a victim. I would not be dragged into the abyss. Not by her, not by this thing. I aimed for the horizon, for the light, at the end of the darkness. The voice grew louder. It screamed, it cursed, it begged. It promised me everything, and then it threatened me with unspeakable horrors. It spoke of ancient, hungry gods. It spoke of what it would do to my soul. But I would not yield. I would not be a victim. I would not let this creature have me or my memory of my true love. The radio suddenly erupted in a deafening static, a sound like nails scraping on bone. The voice was gone, just like that, vanished. The silence that followed was heavier than any sound. I kept driving. I did not look back. I did not dare. I could feel it though, behind me, in the dark. The hungry eyes watching, waiting, planning its next deception. But this time, I would be ready. Story 10. The desert highway, a black ribbon under a bruised, purple sky, stretched out before me. It was the kind of night that swallowed light, leaving only the cold, uncaring stars above. I'd been hauling a load of something unmentionable, something chemical. The kind that makes your nostrils burn even through the sealed packaging. I was eager to get to the drop-off and into a hot shower. A flicker of movement at the side of the road made me ease off the pedal. An animal, small and mangy, lay in the gravel shoulder. It looked like a brush wolf. I pulled over, the big rig sighing. The air brakes hissing like an angry serpent. I'm not one for animal rescue, not really. My usual route was just to keep the wheels turning. But this thing, it was clearly in distress. Its leg bent at an unnatural angle. It whined, a high-pitched, pitiful sound. I grabbed my flashlight, its beam cutting a bright hole into the darkness, and cautiously approached it. It was thin, its fur dull and matted, not a normal desert color at all. It was sickly gray. It watched me with eyes that were too large, too knowing for a wild animal. It was unsettling, and for a moment I thought about getting back into the truck, but then I noticed a deep gash near its ribs, oozing a thick, black fluid. Guilt pricked at me, the kind that makes you do stupid things. I figured I could take it to the next town. Maybe a vet would take a look at it. I wasn't about to wrestle it into the cab, not with those teeth. So I grabbed a tarp from the back and carefully wrapped it up. It flinched as I lifted it, a small growl rumbling in its chest, but it didn't bite. I placed it on the passenger seat, securing the tarp around it. The smell that rose off it was weird, gamey, but with an unnatural undertone. I started the engine, not saying anything. I just wanted to get back to driving. The brush wolf, still wrapped in the tarp, seemed to settle, its breathing evening out. It was then that I saw it, the first sign of wrongness. The fur on its head began to shimmer, like heat rising off asphalt, and then it seemed to peel away, the fur flaking off, revealing a pale layer underneath, almost skin-like, but too smooth, too pink. It looked like when you peel an orange, where a new layer is underneath, ready to be exposed to the world. I stared, my blood turning to ice water. I slammed on the brakes. The tires protested against the asphalt. The truck lurched, and the brush wolf shifted. The fur, if that's what it could be called, continued to slough off, falling in small, dry pieces onto the seat, like dead leaves in autumn. The layer underneath was pulsating, and I realized it wasn't smooth, but covered in tiny, almost invisible bumps. Its face changed. The snout shrinking, the eyes widening, the ears collapsing, leaving behind rounded pink flaps, like a poorly sculpted mannequin. I scrambled back, my heart thudding like a drum. The steering wheel cold beneath my hands. The shape on the seat shifted, the tarp falling away to reveal something that was neither brush wolf nor human, but something in between. A horrifying hybrid of both. The skin peeled back again. This time it was like watching a badly made mask, layers upon layers of something disturbing, each one more hideous than the last. The face had a wide, lipless mouth, with rows of small, sharp teeth that didn't seem to belong there. It tried to speak. I couldn't understand the noise that emerged, a wet, clicking sound. A gargle of something unnatural. I backed away into the driver's door. I was trying to understand what I was seeing, and I could feel bile creeping up my throat. This was not a brush wolf. Not anymore, at least. Its hands, no longer paws, became long and thin, with fingers that were too long, too delicate, ending in sharp, black nails. It stretched out, the new layer peeling back, becoming a pale, hairless arm. It was a human hand with a sick, unnatural sheen to it. The torso was the most disturbing, ribs bulging against a thin skin, but with a smooth layer underneath, like something that had been sewn together badly and was coming apart. The stench grew worse, a cloying, sickly sweet smell of decay. I found my voice, a choked whisper, barely audible over the pounding of my heart. What? What are you? The thing on the seat tilted its head, or what passed for a head. The new skin on it was wet, slick, and it seemed to understand. It lifted a hand towards me, the long fingers twitching. The nails clicked against the dashboard. The skin of that hand began to ripple. I watched in complete horror. As a new layer started to emerge, the old layer peeling away. It looked like it would continue to shed, and I couldn't bear to watch it. I didn't hesitate. I reached for the tire iron under the seat, my hands shaking. I had to stop it. I could hear the sounds of its shifting, of the layers coming apart, the wet sounds of skin moving around. I swung the iron with all the strength I could muster, hitting it squarely in the head. The creature flinched, that wet, clicking sound echoing through the cab. I hit it again, and again, the metal connecting with sickening thuds. The skin continued to peel away as it began to thrash wildly. The thing didn't bleed, or at least not blood like I understood it. Instead, a thick, gray, gelatinous goo seeped from the wounds. It was the most unsettling substance I had ever witnessed. The last of the brush wolf form was gone. I had no idea what it was now. I continued to beat it, and the cabin was quickly filled with the putrid, sweet stench of its innards. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the thing stopped moving. It lay there, a mass of peeling skin, wet goo, and something very human underneath it all. The cab was filled with a gruesome mess. I backed out of the truck, hands shaking, my stomach churning. I couldn't breathe. I could feel the heat of my face. I looked back at the truck, the interior a horrifying display of what happened. There was nothing I could do but keep driving. So I climbed back into the cab. Ignoring the thing, started the engine, and drove away into the night, leaving the horrifying mess behind. I had no idea what I had seen, but I knew, in my heart, It was something no human should ever encounter. Story 11. The biting wind, a razor, scraped at the side of my rig. I'd been hauling a load of frozen beef, all the way from Montana, and this rest stop, a small, desolate patch of gravel carved out of the endless white landscape, was a welcome sight. It was close to midnight, the sky a bruised purple, the stars, tiny, pinpricks of indifferent light. I parked beside 3 other trucks, their sleeping cabs glowing orange and warm. I climbed down, the cold air instantly seizing my lungs. The ground crunched under my boots, the snow crisp and untouched except for our trucks, a flawless white canvas. I stretched, my back cracking like old timber. Then, I saw them. Tracks. Embedded in the snow, snaking around the edge of the parking area. They weren't animal tracks. No deer, no brush wolf. These were wrong. Too wide, too flat, almost reptilian. Yet they had a strange, unsettling geometry to them. They started near the tree line, then wound their way towards the edge of the gravel, disappearing into the shadows. My boots felt heavy as I walked closer, the chill seeping through my layers. I felt a prickling sensation at the base of my neck. I called out to Hank, the driver from the Kenworth 3 spots over. He emerged, rubbing sleep from his eyes, his face puffy and pink in the cold. "What's the matter, Mac?" He grumbled, adjusting his thick, plaid shirt. I pointed. He squinted. Then he shook his head. "Just animal tracks," he dismissed with a yawn. "Probably a fox, or something." He turned to go back inside, but I grabbed his arm. "No. Look at them, Hank. Really look." He stared, the dismissive edge in his expression slowly fading. The tracks, they seemed to shift, to squirm in the snow. They lengthened, broadened, losing their unnatural shape, and forming themselves, impossibly, into an almost human footprint, too large and deeply pressed. It was like watching a photograph developing in slow motion. Hank gasped. He stumbled backwards, his face turning a chalky white. "Jesus, Mac. Did you see that?" He breathed. We stood there, transfixed, as the tracks again seemed to melt, morphing back into their strange, reptilian shape. The snow, instead of reflecting the pale starlight, began to glow with a sickly, internal luminescence near the tracks. It was a light that seemed to suck in the ambient light instead of emitting it. The rest stop, the silence, the cold, all felt oppressive, pressing down on me with an unnatural weight. Then another driver, a wary old fellow called Charlie, joined us. He was always boasting about his time spent up in the Alaskan wilderness. He was the most experienced of the bunch. He saw the tracks. He stared, he said nothing, his mouth, a thin, tight line. He looked like he'd seen a ghost. He slowly reached into his cab and retrieved a heavy flashlight. He swept its beam across the snow, the light struggling against the unnatural gloom. The tracks followed the edge of the woods, disappearing. Then they would appear again, further down, almost playfully. It was like something was circling us. The silence felt thick, a physical presence heavy in the air. Then we heard it, a low, guttural sound. It was not the wind, not any animal we knew. It was a deep, throbbing vibration, felt more than heard, that resonated in the bones. It was coming from the tree line. Charlie grabbed my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. "Jet back to your rig, now," he said, his voice barely a whisper. His face was the color of ash. We hurried back, the uneasy feeling escalating into something closer to terror. As we climbed back into our trucks, we kept watching. The tracks, they continued to change, to mock, to mimic. The reptilian tracks transformed. They lengthened, becoming the distinct footprints of bare, human feet, each toe defined in the snow, as if the creature had just stepped from our world. The prints, the size of a grown man, yet slightly distorted, like they belonged to a being, not quite human, not quite animal. They walked. As they followed the edge of the tree line, the guttural sound, it grew louder. A low growl. It sent shivers down my spine, making the hair on my neck stand on end. Hank. He was fumbling with the locks on his cab door. The lights of the other trucks flared to life, illuminating the scene in a stark, unnatural light. The drivers, they were awake now, peering out from behind tinted windows. Everyone had witnessed it. They had seen the tracks, felt the unnatural terror. Fear spread like wildfire. The tracks began moving faster. They circled the edge of the parking area, each print a little closer, now right by the trucks themselves. Then they began to climb up the side of the rigs. The snow stuck to the tires, was disturbed. The prints became smudges, as if someone was climbing in an unnatural way. Like an insect would crawl. They circled each truck higher and higher and higher. Until they reached the window. Then they stopped. I peered out into the dark. Nothing, no tracks, no movement, but the oppressive feeling lingered. A single knock, hard and deliberate, hit my window on the driver's side. It was not like someone was knocking. It sounded like knuckles, bone on glass. I jumped. I stared, and I could see, on the glass, where the condensation had settled, a handprint. And not just any handprint. This one was elongated, the fingers too long, the palm too broad. It pressed against the glass with the same intensity, like it was trying to get inside. Another knock, a guttural whisper on the wind, not quite words, not quite an animal. It seemed to say my name. I felt my heart pounding in my chest. I slammed my door, locked it. I reached for my CB, my hands shaking. The sound grew again. Now, another knock on the side of the truck, and a third on the roof. The whole rig started to rock. This thing, this creature, it was on me. Its guttural growl became a terrifying shriek, as the metal of my truck began to buckle and bend under some unseen weight. The glass on the windshield started to crack. A large shape was pushing, scratching, and trying to get into the cab with me. I screamed, and the truck groaned as something climbed inside. Story 12. The sunrise, a bruised purple, bled over the horizon, painting the cracked asphalt in hues of rust and decay. I, Gus, had been hauling frozen poultry for 15 years. Seen every inch of this godforsaken stretch of Highway 17, and thought I had witnessed every kind of grotesque the world could offer. I was wrong. The previous afternoon, just off the shoulder, I'd spotted it, a deer. Roadkill. Nothing unusual, a common sight in these parts, the stiff limbs reaching skyward like branches of a fallen tree, a pool of darkening blood, a gruesome, yet unremarkable tragedy. But this morning, things were different. It wasn't just a dead deer anymore. The form, still deer-like, was wrong. The fur, once matted and brown, had developed patches of a slick, almost oily black. The limbs, still stretched out, had taken on a strange articulation, bending at unnerving angles, like broken twigs forced into place. The head, or what remained of it, had twisted, the antlers now jutting forward, bone and velvet fused into a crude crown. It had an unnervingly humanoid shape. The whole thing emanated a stench. Not just of rot, but something else. Something acrid, like burned plastic and old pennies, a metallic, sickening perfume. I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, a feeling of being watched, a cold, unwelcome awareness. I hurried past, the semi's wheels kicking up dust, that strange deer thing disappearing into the rear view. I told myself it was just the light, the morning gloom playing tricks, an overactive imagination fueled by too much black coffee. The next day, the carcass was still there. And it was worse, much worse. The oily blackness had spread, consuming the rest of the fur. The limbs, now unnaturally long, were twisted into postures that no deer could ever achieve. It was like something was trying to stretch it, to distort it into something other. And then there was the head. It no longer resembled a deer at all. The eyes, or rather, what were supposed to be the eyes, were gaping sockets, black and wet, as if staring into the void. A crude mouth had opened, a jagged, leapless wound filled with something that shone, like fragments of bone or teeth embedded in the decaying flesh. The stench, it had intensified, making my throat catch with nausea. This wasn't normal. I didn't touch it, didn't even get close. I kept my distance, staring through the glass, heart hammering against my ribs, that sickening dread coiling in my gut. It was a twisted parody of something living, something struggling to take shape. It made my skin crawl, feeling as if an invisible hand was trying to pull me out the window toward the thing. The third morning, the changes were more dramatic. The deer's shape had become even more elongated, the limbs impossibly long and spindly, almost spider-like. The oily black had begun to peel back, revealing beneath a pale, almost translucent layer that pulsed in a slow, rhythmic beat. The mouth, or rather the opening, was now lined with rows of sharp, white things, not teeth, more like bone shards arranged in jagged points. The sockets where the eyes should have been were no longer empty. Within their dark depths, something flickered, a faint light, like embers burning deep within a pit. And the smell, it was now overpowering. Like being trapped in a tomb, filled with decomposing remains, but with a hint of citrus fruit, something unnatural, cloying and sickening. I found myself driving slower, peering at the horrible thing. My eyes glued to the details, unable to tear them away, the dread morphing into a sickening fascination. My hands gripped the steering wheel, so tightly that my knuckles turned white, a strange, primal fear coursing through me. I started to see things in my peripheral vision, moving shadows in the corners of my eyes, whispers on the wind. Sleep came in brief, uneasy spurts, filled with nightmares of twisted limbs and empty sockets. The fourth morning was the worst. The deer was no longer recognizable as a deer, not even remotely. It stood, or rather, it was held up by those spindly limbs, its shape now vaguely humanoid, tall and gaunt. The translucent skin was thin, almost paper-like, the pulsing underneath visible, like a heart beating outside of its chest. The mouth was wide, unnaturally so, and the jagged bone shards looked more like serrated teeth. The flickering lights in the sockets now pulsed brighter, like dying embers flaring. It turned its head, or what had become its head, towards me, as if acknowledging me. It seemed to shift in the periphery of my vision, as if it was a ghost. The stench was so strong that I felt like I was choking, gagging on the fumes, the metallic tang filling my mouth, coating my tongue. I slammed on the brakes, the heavy truck groaning, tires screeching against the pavement. I stared at the thing, this monstrosity, my body numb with terror, a cold sweat slicking my skin. It took a step, a slow, jerky movement, towards the side of the road, towards me. I could see now that it had hands, fingers, long and bony, tipped with sharp claws. A cold fear clenched my heart. That cold feeling was the absolute worst I had ever experienced, and it seemed to spread through my body, consuming me. I thought that, if I didn't react now, it was going to come for me. I fumbled for the emergency brake, shoving it down with all my strength. I scrambled out of the cab, adrenaline surging through me, my mind screaming at me to run. I couldn't breathe properly. My lungs felt like lead weights. I could feel the blood pounding in my ears, and my heart was in my throat. I looked back. The thing was moving now, more steadily, its movements still jerky, but gaining momentum, its long, bony fingers reaching out, and the flickering lights in its empty sockets locking onto me. I saw the translucent skin shift, pulsing faster now. I felt that it was not a living thing. It was something much, much worse. I took a step back and stumbled, my back hitting the truck. The cold metal against my skin was a shock, a stark reminder of my own mortality. It was coming towards me now. The stench, it was unbearable now, it was cloying, and it felt like I was drowning in it. I knew I had to do something. I reached into the cab, the thing still moving towards me, its long, skeletal hands outstretched, and grabbed the heavy tire iron. The weight of it in my hands brought back some reason. The adrenaline finally focused my thoughts. With a guttural yell, I lunged, swinging the iron with all my might, aiming for the head, or what had become the head. The blow landed with a sickening thud, bone splintering beneath metal, something wet and pulpy splashing onto my face. The thing staggered back, momentarily, its flickering lights dimming, the stench, now acrid and metallic, filling the air. It emitted a horrible gurgling screech. The noise was inhuman, something not of this world. It stumbled, fell to its knees, those long, spindly legs buckling. I raised the tire iron again, my body trembling, and brought it down once more, and then again and again. The thing fell, that unnerving humanoid form collapsing onto the asphalt. The pale, pulsing skin now torn and broken. The stench was still present, but it was less intense now. The flickering light had finally died. I kept hitting the thing until the pale pulsing skin had stopped and its limbs had gone limp. Story 13. The biting wind, a razor blade, scraped against the side of my rig. It was late. Well past midnight, the moon a skeletal grin in the inky sky. I was hauling a shipment of industrial pipes, clanking metal echoing in the vast emptiness of the Nevada desert. The loneliness was a familiar blanket, one I usually welcomed, but tonight it felt different. Thicker, more suffocating. I glanced in my side mirror, a habit. My shadow stretched long and distorted. Squirmed on the cracked asphalt. It was normal, for a moment. Then it wasn't. I blinked, rubbed my eyes with a calloused hand. The shadow, it seemed, was doing the same. A slow, deliberate imitation. I shifted in my seat, a knot of unease tightening in my gut. The shadow shifted too, but with a peculiar, almost mocking delay. It was as if a separate entity, some dark reflection, was mimicking my actions, not mirroring them. I tried to ignore it. Told myself it was the fatigue, the endless hours behind the wheel, playing tricks on my eyes. But every glance, every stolen peek, revealed the same disturbing dance. My right hand moved to the gear shift, and the shadow's hand, a grotesque parody, did the same, but with a twitch. It looked like it wanted to rip it off, to crush it. The movements weren't fluid, not like a true reflection. They were jerky, unnervingly intentional. It was a puppet, controlled by a malevolent puppeteer. The truck cab. Normally my sanctuary became a cage. Each passing mile felt like an eternity, each click of the odometer a hammer blow to my sanity. The shadow began to anticipate my movements, to move before I did, to lead rather than follow. I would lift my foot to press the gas pedal, and the shadow would already be stamping down, its foot a black claw tearing at the asphalt. The feeling was akin to having another person inside me, pulling the levers, yanking at the controls. It was a violation, a perverse invasion of my very being. The highway ahead, an endless ribbon under the sickly moonlight, seemed to warp and twist in my vision. Or maybe it was just my perception, the lines of reality blurring with the shadow's insidious influence. It started with small, almost imperceptible things, like the shadow's hand reaching for the steering wheel when I wasn't. Then, it grew bolder, more aggressive. It would grip the wheel, its black fingers, unnaturally long and sharp, digging into the plastic. I had to wrestle it, fighting my own reflection for control of my truck. It felt like I was battling an unseen demon, a malevolent twin. My heart pounded, a trapped bird desperately trying to escape its cage. The air inside the cab, usually stale and comforting, had become heavy, thick with an oppressive dread. I tried talking out loud, hoping to break the spell, to reassert some control over my surroundings. "It's just a trick of the light," I whispered, my voice cracking. But the shadow responded with a silent, mocking grin, its mouth a jagged gash in the darkness. It was a living thing, I could feel it, its presence like a cold hand on my soul. I felt a pull, a tug. Not physical, but something deeper, something primal. The shadow, it was trying to take control, to become me, to drive my rig towards some unknown, terrible destination. I fought back with every ounce of my strength, my knuckles white as I gripped the steering wheel. The cab was a chaos of struggling limbs and shadows, my reflection twisting and turning against me. The truck started weaving, careening wildly from one side of the highway to the other. The desert outside became a blur of browns and grays, the distorted image in the mirror mocking my fear. The shadow's movements intensified, its intentions growing more violent. It lunged for the gear shift, its hand a spider crawling up my arm. I screamed, a primal roar torn from my throat, and slammed on the brakes. The truck shuddered, metal groaning in protest. We screeched to a halt on the shoulder, the tires spitting gravel. The shadow squirmed, a tormented thing caught in its own cage. It was furious, but in the moment the truck stopped, it looked trapped, like a prisoner. It started clawing at the dashboard, trying to rip itself free, its movements frantic, desperate. It was losing control, losing its grip on me, the fear in its twisted form mirroring my own. I gasped for breath, my body shaking with adrenaline and terror. I felt, more than saw, the shadow receding, a black tide pulling back into the deepest corners of my being. It was not gone, not yet. But for the moment, I was free. I stared at my reflection, finally. It was just a shadow again. A normal, natural shadow. The night was quiet, the stillness shattered by the rapid beating of my heart. I felt the grip of fear release, like a vice loosening on my soul. But my hands still trembled. I knew that somewhere deep inside, that dark reflection still existed, waiting for another chance, another dark desert night to resurface. The long road ahead. It felt less like a path and more like a battlefield. And I knew with chilling certainty this fight was far from over. Story 14. The desert wind, it wasn't a whisper, no. It was a rasp, a dry tongue dragging across my eardrums. The kind of sound that makes your teeth burn, a vibration in the bone. I hated this run, hated it more every mile, every cracked, sun-baked vista. The load was simple enough. Just another haul of steel piping heading south to some godforsaken construction site. But the land itself, it felt wrong, like a festering wound in the earth's skin. I'd been a trucker for 20 years, seen every kind of desolation, every kind of godless place. But this was different. This was a coldness that seeped into your soul. A weight that settled in your chest. The towns we passed, or what was left of them, they weren't just abandoned, they were hollow. Like the life had been sucked out, leaving only the husks. I'd seen a few people, mostly shuffling figures, eyes empty, faces like old parchment. They didn't wave, didn't acknowledge my rig, they just stared, with a disconcerting, vacant gaze. There was one place, a forgotten gas station, a relic from a bygone era, that bothered me most. The pumps were rusted, skeletal, reaching toward the sky. The windows of the small convenience store were dark, like eye sockets in a skull, and from inside I could smell something old, musty, something akin to burnt bone. I'd stopped there, needing to use the washroom, a grim task in that desolate place. The air hung thick, heavy. I remember the toilet, it was clogged, with clumps of something that looked like dried mud. But it was too uniform, too formed. It made me gag, the stench and the way it filled my vision. I left quickly, the skin on my back crawling, a sensation of eyes burning into me. That night, I pulled over at a designated area, a small patch of gravel beside the highway. The moon, a distorted, sickly yellow disk, cast long, grotesque shadows. I tried to sleep, but the wind wouldn't let me. Its constant howling like a chorus of the damned. I kept thinking about those mud clots, the things in the toilet. I felt unclean, soiled by something unseen. Then, I heard the chanting, a low, rhythmic drone, a sound that seemed to burrow into the very core of my being. I bolted upright in my bunk. At first, I thought it was the wind playing tricks, but it was too distinct, too deliberate. I peered through the curtained window and saw them. They were gathered in the barren field next to the truck stop, a circle of figures bathed in the ghostly moonlight. They were wearing long, dark robes, the fabric shimmering, like oiled snakeskin. Their faces were obscured by wide, brimmed hats, but I could see glints of metal beneath them, flashes of something sharp, glinting in the meager light. The chanting grew louder, faster, a guttural symphony of twisted sounds. They moved in a strange dance, swaying back and forth, their bodies jerking with unnatural movements. In the center of the circle, there was a fire, small, but it burned with an unnerving intensity. with flickering, unnatural flames. I could see something hanging above the fire, a dark, shapeless mass, swaying like a pendulum. I couldn't make it out exactly, it just radiated a sense of wrongness, a primal evil. I watched them for what seemed like an eternity, frozen in place, my heart hammering against my ribs. The chanting intensified, reaching a fever pitch. The figures began to raise their arms, their silhouettes like claws reaching for the sky. I felt a sickness rising in my throat, a cold dread that threatened to consume me. I closed the curtains. I tried to block out the sight, the sound, but it was no use. It was inside my head now, burrowed deep within my skull. I threw my boots on, started the engine, a desperate, frantic motion. I put the truck into gear. I did not care about sleep, about rules, about anything. I only wanted to flee that place, to escape the malignant presence that had taken root in the desert, in my soul. The truck roared to life. I slammed on the accelerator and barreled out of the parking area, my tires spitting gravel. I didn't look back, not once. But the image of those figures, their grotesque dance, the chanting, the hanging thing above the fire, it was all seared into my mind. I drove for what seemed like an eternity, the landscape blurring past, a kaleidoscope of shadows and moonlit forms. The chanting didn't stop, it remained with me, echoing inside the cab, a constant, tormenting drone. I felt like they were following me, their shadowy forms lurking in the periphery. A pack of predators stalking their prey. Then it happened. The truck shuddered violently. A flat tire, I thought, but that wasn't it. The steering locked, the brakes failed. The truck began to veer off the highway. I fought against the wheel, but it was useless. The machine, now a metallic beast, had its own will. I saw the edge of the road approaching, the steep drop-off. I slammed my foot on the brake pedal, nothing. The chanting grew deafening, filling my ears, my head, my entire being. I remember the moment. The truck left the ground. The world turned upside down. I saw the rocks, the jagged edges, rushing toward me like teeth in a monstrous maw. Then, a blinding flash of light. An image that seared into my mind, a distorted, elongated face with black eyes, a cruel smile, and it was growing larger, closer, looming. Then the impact, a sound of metal crunching, twisting. There was no pain, only a dark, silent void. The chanting ended, and it was replaced by a silence that was far more terrifying. The silence of a thing consumed, of a soul extinguished. I heard the soft whisper of the desert wind, and the rasping sound again, like a tongue licking the dry bone. But this time, it wasn't outside me. It was coming from inside, from my own skull. Story 15. The flickering dashboard lights cast elongated, grotesque shadows across the cab. My name is Earl, and I've hauled freight across these lonely stretches of highway for 30 years, seen things most folks wouldn't believe. But nothing, absolutely nothing, prepared me for the blood-painted route. It started subtly, a small crimson smear on the shoulder of the I-80, just east of Reno. At first, I chalked it up to an accident, some poor deer meeting its end. But then, the smears turned into symbols. Crude, unsettling things that seemed to squirm in my peripheral vision. The first one looked like a mangled circle, almost a half-eaten donut, if you can picture that. It was splattered, thick and sticky, glistening under the pale moonlight. Then came another, maybe 50 miles down the line. A bizarre shape, like a distorted, three-legged spider, with an unnaturally extended body. I didn't like this, not one bit. Each new mark was different. But they all had one thing in common. They were painted with something that was undeniably blood. The smell, metallic and cloying, would hang in the air, heavy and thick even after the truck barreled past. I started to avoid rest stops, wary of what I might find lurking there in the shadows. I began noticing that I wasn't the only one seeing these disturbing things. At a truck stop, outside of Winnemucca, I saw another driver, a burly fellow named Hank, staring at a similar mark on the side of a fuel pump. He muttered about devils and bad omens, his face pale and drawn. The symbols, they didn't just appear randomly. They seemed to be leading us somewhere. Each one was a twisted, terrible breadcrumb, enticing us deeper and deeper into the web. The closer we got to the next symbol, the more intense it was, as if it was calling to me. It's a feeling in the pit of your stomach, a constant, dull pain, a premonition of terrible things. The third symbol appeared near a lonely overpass. A sickening swirl of intestines, or that's what it looked like to me. I found myself driving slower, glancing nervously in my mirrors. The quiet hum of the truck engine was the only sound accompanying me in this desolate stretch of highway. My heart pounded in my chest. Sleep became a luxury. Every closed eyelid brought nightmarish visions of the shapes dancing in the dark. It felt like I was losing it. I thought about turning around, going back the way I came, but the feeling of morbid curiosity kept me driving on. It felt like I didn't have a choice. Each symbol was another level of madness. The next was a series of intertwined crosses, not religious in any sense, but instead appearing as a cage. They were on the road this time, forcing me to drive directly over them. I felt a sickening lurch in my gut each time. I could almost feel them crawling up through the wheels. The sensation was vile, unnatural. I started to notice the other drivers were also drawn along this path. We were like insects, heading towards a terrible light. The land around me grew wilder. The familiar highway giving way to narrow, rutted dirt roads. The signs were mostly missing, their posts bent or broken. It was as if they did not want anyone to find their little place. The final symbol I saw, painted on a crumbling, wooden barn door, was the most horrifying yet. It was a crude depiction of a man, on his knees, his mouth agape in silent screams, with large horns protruding from his forehead. This wasn't just blood, this was a story of something terrible. I knew, instantly, that I had reached the end of the trail. The barn door was slightly ajar. The air was heavy with a smell of decay and incense. I knew I should leave, should turn around and never look back, but I was compelled, like a moth to a flame. I stepped inside and found myself in a large, dimly lit space. The walls were covered with the same symbols that I had been seeing, only bigger, more graphic. In the center of the room stood a stone altar stained a dark crimson color. Around it, figures stood, cloaked and masked, their chanting filling the air with an unsettling drone. I recognized some of the faces. Drivers I had seen before, their eyes empty, vacant, as if their souls were already gone. In the center of their circle, they held up a struggling victim, a young woman. Her clothes were torn, and her eyes were wide with panic. She was the next victim of their blood rituals. The chanting grew louder, more frantic. The energy in the room grew thick and evil. I saw a glint of metal, a ritualistic knife held high above the woman. They were going to sacrifice her right in front of me. I didn't know what came over me. Maybe it was the years of hauling freight, the long days spent alone, the sheer, unadulterated rage that flooded me at what these monsters were doing. I let out a guttural scream. I charged into the circle, knocking the cultists aside. My fist connecting with their masked faces, I felt their bones crack and break. It felt good. The element of surprise helped me, along with pure anger. I grabbed the girl and bolted towards the door. The cultists, now enraged, began to give chase. Their chanting became a blood-curdling roar, filling my ears like the screaming of the damned. As I ran, I felt a sharp pain in my left side, as one of the cultists sunk his knife deep into me. I didn't slow down, I couldn't. I had to get her out. We stumbled out of the barn, into the cool night air. My vision started to fade, my legs weak. I collapsed to the ground, the woman next to me, terrified. I handed her my truck keys, weakly. Go, get away from this place. Get help. I couldn't say more. The blood loss was too great. As my eyes began to close, the only sound I could hear was the approaching horde as they descended upon me with their terrible cries. their faces twisted with rage and disappointment, because their prize had been stolen from them. The last thing I saw was the distorted image of their masked faces, illuminated by the moonlight, their eyes filled with an ancient evil. The blood-painted wrote, "It took me somewhere. I never wanted to go, and I would never leave." Story 16. The flickering neon sign of Ma's Kitchen, a lonely beacon in the inky black, beckoned me like a moth to a flame. My rig, a beast of chrome and steel, rumbled to a halt in the gravel lot, the brakes sighing like a tired giant. I'd been hauling a load of, well, it didn't matter what, just another faceless delivery, and my gut was singing the hungry blues. It was late. Too late for anything fancy, and Maz was the only place for miles. That, and it had a trucker's special sign. The bell above the door jangled, its sound thin and brittle, like breaking bone. The air inside was thick, heavy with the scent of stale grease and something else, something faintly sweet, almost sickly, like overripe fruit left to rot under the sun. Not right. The place was nearly empty, just a few other drivers scattered at the counters, their faces obscured by the dim lighting and baseball caps. I took a seat at the bar, the vinyl cool and clammy beneath my arm. A waitress, her face obscured by a perpetual shadow, shuffled over. Her eyes were dark, deep pools, unreadable. I ordered the trucker's special, the name itself promising comfort, familiarity. She just nodded, without speaking, and vanished into the kitchen's gloom. The food arrived quickly, a plate piled high with eggs, sausage, and some kind of hash. It looked normal, maybe too normal. The hash was an odd color, almost purple, but I was too tired to care. I dug in. The taste was unique. Earthy, almost metallic, and that sweetness was much stronger now, clinging to my tongue, crawling down my throat. It was unsettling, and with every bite, the unease grew into something more. I finished the meal, the last remnants of the strange taste lingering, and that was when it began. A subtle shift, not in the room, but within me. My limbs felt heavy, sluggish. My thoughts, usually a roaring storm of calculations and deadlines, grew hazy, like a landscape lost in a thick fog. The other drivers, I noticed, were different now. They all sat there staring into nothing, their gazes vacant. A compulsion, not my own, began to build, an itch under my skin, a directive. I stood, drawn by some unseen force. My legs moved of their own accord. I walked to my rig, the metal cold under my hands. I climbed inside, the familiar cab feeling alien. I started the engine sputtering, cuffing, not its usual roaring. The pedal pressed itself to the floor. I didn't move it. It moved for me. I guided my rig out onto the lot, not in the usual way. Not in my way. My hands were mere puppets to the new, strange drive. All around me, the other trucks were moving, slow and deliberate, like giant beetles controlled by an unknown hive mind. We formed a line, a monstrous procession moving, not down the highway, but onto a patch of vacant land behind the diner. It was a clearing, and at its center was a circle of stones, ancient, worn smooth by time and neglect. The stones pulsed with a soft, internal light. My vision was blurring at the edges now, the world awash of distorted colors and a low, thrumming drone resonating deep in my skull. We circled the clearing, our headlights casting grotesque shadows on the trees, moving in rhythm. We were not driving but dancing, performing a bizarre, twisted ballad of steel and rubber. Each turn, each maneuver felt precise and intentional, part of some ritual I didn't understand, couldn't resist. The chrome shimmered with an unholy light, the gravel crunching under tires, the sound echoing, mocking. Inside the cab, I was watching, powerless. The sweat began to bead on my brow. My heart pounded like a trapped bird trying to escape its cage. The trucks moved faster now, accelerating, the drone growing louder, more insistent. It was like a mantra, some deep and malevolent symphony. It was a call. We were all part of something now, something ancient, something evil, something that the trucker's special was a key to. The lights from the trucks. Instead of illuminating the circle, seemed to be drawn into it, feeding it. The glow from the stones grew brighter and the air crackled. I could feel the energy of this place. It was thick and heavy. Then I saw it. In the center of the circle, where the glowing stones lay, something was rising. It was like a column of darkness, twisting and writhing, formed of shadows and whispers. Like a void reaching up to swallow the stars. Not something I was meant to see. The trucks were being pulled toward it now, closer and faster. The ritual was reaching its terrible conclusion. My cab was trembling. My own truck careened toward the column, and I felt a pull. It wasn't the pull of gravity, but something else. I was being drawn out of my body. I knew that. I was watching my hands reaching out for the void. My truck was moving as if to embrace it. All around me were the lights of the other rigs. They also seemed to be drawn towards the void. I screamed, but no sound escaped my lips. My mouth felt like cotton, my tongue was like lead. My vision became a whirl of lights, a vortex of darkness. My vehicle was about to crash with the void. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end, for the oblivion. The air in the cab felt like ice, and the sweat on my brow felt hot, like a raging inferno. Everything was out of balance. I could hear a tearing sound, like fabric ripping. I braced myself, but the impact, the inevitable collision, never came. Instead, I felt a wrenching sensation, a sickening lurch, and then nothing. Complete silence. I was floating, lost, untethered in the void, and the other trucks were gone. I was alone, in this void, lost in the darkness. The silence felt deafening. My truck was gone. My body was gone. I was only me. Story 17. The biting wind, a skeletal hand clawing at the chrome of my rig, whipped through the pines. It was a night that clung to you. The kind that tasted of damp earth and unspoken dread. I'd been hauling lumber, a monotonous dance of steel and timber, for what felt like an eternity. The fuel gauge, a mocking eye staring back from the dash, was plummeting faster than a stone down a well. The usual truck stops were ghosts, empty husks along the highway. I was going to be stranded. Then, like a beacon in the oppressive blackness, I saw it. A faint, flickering light, nestled deep within the suffocating embrace of the woods. I hesitated, the knowing unease a cold hand on my throat. It was too far off the usual path, too secluded, too wrong. But the low rumble in my tank, a hungry growl, made the choice for me. I wrestled the wheel, the tires protesting against the unpaved track, and plunged into the inky darkness. The trees closed in around me like prison bars, their branches reaching out. Skeletal fingers trying to pluck at my cab. The air thickened, heavy with the scent of decaying leaves and something else, something metallic and acrid that made my nostrils flare. I eventually emerged into a clearing. The flickering light resolved into a cluster of lanterns hung around a collection of ramshackle huts. Their walls constructed of rough-hewn logs and what looked like dried mud. Figures emerged, like shadows coalescing, their faces obscured by the gloom, their eyes reflecting the lantern light like the eyes of a nocturnal predator. They moved with a strange, unnatural fluidity, their limbs too long, too thin. An old man, his face a roadmap of wrinkles and his beard like a tangled web, approached my truck. He held a glass jar, the contents a murky red liquid that sloshed ominously. "Fuel," he croaked, his voice like gravel grinding on stone. "We offer it. Safe passage for a price." Ah, his words, hollow and unsettling, echoed in the unnerving quiet. My gut twisted, telling me to turn back, to flee into the sheltering black. But my tank was nearly empty, my livelihood was at stake. "What price?" I asked, my voice tight, betraying the fear that had taken root in my chest. The old man chuckled, a dry, brittle sound. He held up the jar, the crimson liquid swirling within. "A small offering," he said, and then, with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "Of your own." I felt a chill deeper than the autumn night, a cold, viscous horror seeping into my bones. They wanted blood, my blood. They weren't some good Samaritans offering respite. They were something else entirely. Something ancient, something hungry. I remember seeing a worn wooden table next to the hut, a rusty butcher's knife resting upon it, catching the lamplight and glinting with predatory purpose. It was a tableau of depravity, a silent promise of what they intended. Panic clawed at my throat. I should have listened to that sense of unease. I shouldn't have come here into this nightmare. But it was too late. I was trapped. The old man, the one with the unnerving eyes, nodded to the others. They approached, their long limbs moving with unnerving speed, encircling my rig, their faces finally becoming clearer in the light. I saw their eyes then, black, bottomless, and cold, like the eyes of a shark or some kind of insect. They weren't human, not entirely. Their faces were too gaunt, their skin too pale, their teeth too long and pointed. They were like a parody of human beings, a grotesque mockery of flesh and bone. They were like something that had crawled up from the very depths of the earth. One of them, a tall, emaciated woman with tangled hair that obscured most of her face, produced a crude, bone needle, its tip gleaming with a cruel, malevolent sharpness. She held it up, the lantern light reflecting off the point with a sickening allure. It was then a sudden, sharp wave of clarity washed over me. This wasn't some simple exchange. They weren't just after a little blood. They wanted more. They wanted to drain me, to leave me a husk, a discarded shell for some twisted purpose or some ritual. I slammed the door, locked it tight. The metal of the door frame groaned as something heavy impacted it from the outside. They were trying to get in, trying to reach me. They began to claw at the sides of my rig, their nails screeching against the metal like a legion of fingernails scraping down a chalkboard. Their inhuman voices echoing out into the night, filled with guttural sounds and low, animalistic growls. I slammed the ignition, the engine roaring to life with a guttural, powerful sound. It was the only weapon I had left. I shifted the truck into gear and stepped on the gas. The wheels spun momentarily against the soft earth and mud, then finally gripped and launched us forward. The rig bucked and swayed as I reversed out of the clearing. I could see them in my mirrors, their unnatural figures chasing me, their long limbs and sharp claws reaching out. I could hear their screams of frustration behind me, their haunting, high-pitched cries filled with a hunger that chilled me to my soul. They were faster than I thought. They moved like shadows, like wraiths through the trees, and I knew this was not a true escape. I twisted the wheel, the truck careening through the trees, branches smashing against the cab, leaves and dirt obscuring my vision. I could hear the low, ominous growls of my pursuers behind me. The sounds drawing closer, the weight of their presence bearing down on me like a physical force. I pushed the pedal to the floor, faster, faster, faster. The truck was shaking and shuddering as it bounced along the uneven ground. The trees were like a blurred mess of green and black. I could see glimpses of them through the foliage. Their faces contorted with rage and hunger, their eyes like burning coals in the darkness. Then, I saw it, a break in the trees, a chance, a thin sliver of escape. I smashed through it. The truck, roaring like a wounded beast, burst out onto the hard paved road, my tires screeching as I pulled back onto the highway. The woods and their inhabitants faded into the background. But I knew I would never be free of the image of their twisted faces, of their burning black eyes, their long limbs and clawed hands. I could feel their gaze burning into the back of my head. I knew they would never be far away, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their next offering. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I drove, knowing that my life had changed forever, knowing that the terror in the woods would always be a part of me, and I knew that next time, my blood might not be enough to buy me safe passage. I sped away into the unending dark, a trembling, desperate creature, my heart pounding like a drum, the memory of the offering forever etched into the core of my very being. Story 18. The tires hummed, a lullaby against the endless black ribbon of highway. I was hauling a load of something forgettable, probably more plastic, destined for some faceless warehouse. The clock on the dash glowed a malevolent green, 3 a.m., the witching hour, or so the old-timers used to say. I'd always scoffed. But tonight the silence felt different. Heavy. I'd been pushing through, trying to make good time. Coffee, black and bitter, was my only companion. The windows were down, and the outside air felt thick, almost viscous. It didn't smell of pine or earth. No, it was more like wet stone and something else. Something metallic. Then, I heard it. At first, it was faint like the whisper of wind through dried grass. But it grew. It wasn't wind. It was voices. A choir, pure and crystalline, it floated, ethereal, above the droning of my rig and the sibilant whisper of the tires on the pavement. It was beautiful, in a way that made my skin crawl. Each note was perfect, a shimmering shard of sound, but together they formed a melody that seemed to burrow into the marrow of my bones. It was coming from somewhere off to the left, deep in the woods. The trees along this stretch stood like skeletal sentinels. Their branches gnarled and twisted into grotesque shapes against the bruised purple of the pre-dawn sky. It sounded like an old church, but without the comforting weight of faith. Something ancient. Something wrong. I glanced at the mirrors, nothing but inky blackness. I told myself it was just exhaustion, a trick of the mind. But the voices, they were getting closer, louder. Each note resonating deeper within my skull. The perfect harmonies started to warp, the purity cracking to reveal something jagged and unsettling. It was like the sound of glass shattering, then melting back into its perfect form. My hands, tight on the wheel, started to sweat. The temptation, a dark tendril snaking through my mind, began to whisper. Just one look, it murmured. Just see what is making such a beautiful thing. I pulled over to the shoulder. Gravel crunched under the heavy tires. The engine, still idling, seemed to be breathing, heaving against the silence that was punctuated only by the disembodied choir. The voices, the choir, were clearer now, swirling around me like a physical presence. They felt almost tactile, like something was reaching out from the darkness. I grabbed my flashlight, the beam cutting through the gloom. The trees were just ahead, a dense wall of obsidian. With my boots crunching on the uneven ground, I followed the sound. Branches scraped against my clothes like clawing fingers. The underbrush, usually a muted green, seemed to pulse with an unnatural darkness. A thick, cloying scent filled my nostrils, like decaying lilies, or something worse. The trees thinned, and I stepped into a clearing. And I wish I hadn't. There, illuminated by some unholy luminescence from somewhere beyond my sight, stood them. It wasn't a choir, not in any sense I knew. They were things. Humanoid, but wrong. Their skin was the color of old parchment, stretched tight over bone. Their eyes, large and black, reflected nothing. They had no pupils, no whites, only voids. They wore tattered clothing. Something like robes, woven with strange symbols that seemed to squirm in the dim light. Their mouths, wide and impossibly stretched, were open, and from them poured the music, or what had been music. The sounds now resonated with the same beauty, but now, overlaid with pain. With hunger, there were no melodies. Just moans and wails, perfect in their imperfection. As I watched, something shifted. One of them, the tallest of the lot, turned its head slowly towards me, its void eyes fixed on me. It raised a hand, thin as a twig, its fingers grotesquely elongated. It was an invitation. Or maybe a lure. The music intensified, the sounds now piercing, cutting through my thoughts like shards of glass. The beauty faded into something predatory. The other creatures began to sway slowly. Their movements were jerky and unnatural, like puppets with broken strings. I wanted to scream, to run, but something held me. I was rooted, my mind trapped in the horrifying symphony. I noticed then, amongst the robed figures, were others. Their forms were familiar, but warped. A truck driver, I recognized. I'd seen him at the truck stop back in Georgia. But he was different. His skin, stretched like parchment like the others, and his eyes, Black voids, all his own features, twisted into something unrecognizable. He didn't look at me. His gaze was fixed on some point far beyond the clearing. Then another, then another. I recognized them all, from my time on the road. Each one just a warped parody of who they had once been. All standing there, swaying, adding to the wretched cacophony that ripped through the night air. They looked almost peaceful. They seemed to have found their place within the choir. Panic, cold and sharp, finally broke through the fog. I turned and stumbled back towards the tree line, back towards the truck. My heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. The music followed me. The voices clawing at the edges of my sanity. I didn't stop running. Not once. The gravel crunched under my boots, the branches whipped at my face. I just kept going, desperate to escape the wretched, hypnotic lull of the nighttime choir. I threw myself into the truck, slamming the door, locking it. My hands, shaking, I jammed the key in the ignition and cranked. The engine roared to life. The headlights, twin beams of defiant yellow, punched through the darkness. I looked back. The clearing was empty. The choir gone. Silent. But I knew they were still there. I could still hear them, faintly, just beneath the surface of the night. The voices lingered in the back of my mind, waiting. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I'd never forget. That they would return. That somewhere, sometime, in another clearing, under another black sky, I would hear the nighttime choir again. And this time, they might not let me leave. This time, they might want to add me to their ranks. And I had a feeling it wouldn't be a choice I would be making. Story 19. The sign for Havenwood shimmered. A beacon of emerald green against the dull, gray canvas of the late afternoon sky. Trucker Haven, it proclaimed in a font that seemed almost too friendly, too inviting. I'd been hauling livestock across the desolate plains for 3 days. My eyelids felt like sandpaper. My back screamed for mercy. The lure of a decent meal, a hot shower, and maybe even a brief conversation with someone other than the mooing cargo was potent. I swung the rig onto the off-ramp. The town itself was peculiar, in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. The houses were all painted the same shade of creamy white, with shutters of a uniform. Deep blue. The lawns were unnervingly manicured, not a blade of grass out of place. It felt staged, like a scene from some old movie, or some twisted diorama. People waved as I rumbled down Main Street, smiles fixed on their faces, eyes that seemed a little too bright, a little too focused on my truck. They were unnervingly happy to see me. The diner, named The Open Road, was buzzing with other truckers. It was a little odd. Usually there were only 1 or 2 other drivers, at most, at these kinds of places. The aroma of grazy burgers and stale coffee filled the air, a comforting scent in the oppressive quietness of the town. I took a booth, a heavy vinyl seat that groaned under my weight, and ordered a mountain of food. The waitress, a young woman with an unsettlingly vacant stare, brought it out quickly. The food was perfect. Every bite was a symphony of taste. The fries golden brown, the burger juicy. It felt like the best meal I had eaten in ages. I couldn't help but feel something was not quite right. It was all too perfect, too easy. The other drivers nodded to me or smiled. But it was a vacant sort of a smile. I didn't see anyone actually talk to each other. It was like being surrounded by automatons. Later, bathed, shaved, and feeling almost human again, I went back to the rig. The setting sun cast long, distorted shadows that seemed to dance like grotesque figures. I noticed something odd. The other trucks. They were lined up in the town square, forming a strange, almost ritualistic circle. The townspeople were there too, standing in a hushed, expectant silence. I decided to take a closer look. A man, the town's self-appointed elder I assumed, stepped forward. He was old, his face a roadmap of wrinkles, but his eyes glowed with an unnatural fervor. He began to speak, his voice a raspy whisper that somehow carried across the quiet square. He spoke of ancient rites, of a pact made with the land, of the trucks as vital vessels. I still didn't quite grasp the situation, but then he gestured. 4 muscular men grabbed my truck with terrifying speed. The entire population was now moving with uncanny purpose, like insects obeying a single command. Panic seized me. They used metal clamps and chains to attach my truck to the other trucks. The heavy metal groaned under the weight. I ran to the doors, locked. But they were too many, too strong. They started the engines, all of them at once. The cacophony was deafening, the roar of metal and combustion blending into a nightmarish symphony. I was being drawn forward. We were moving, the trucks all chained, moving as a single terrifying behemoth. The ground trembled beneath us. The townspeople chanted, their voices a low, guttural drone that sent shivers down my spine. I tried to reach for the emergency brake, but I was too far away. They had somehow moved my seat so it was impossible to reach. I was being held captive in my own cab. I was being drawn into something. We were moving towards the center of the square. A huge fissure I hadn't seen before had opened up in the ground. It glowed with a sickly green light. The trucks were heading for it. The fissure pulsed, like a living thing. It was as if the earth itself was swallowing us. I tried to scream, but my throat was dry. I was paralyzed with pure dread. We reached the edge. The lead trucks started to tip forward into the abyss, the others following. The chanting intensified, reaching a fever pitch. This was no simple sacrifice, it was a horrific ritual. The truck cab tipped, I could see the green glow. It was burning hot. I closed my eyes. This was it. The truck fell. It plunged into the gaping maw of the fissure. The screams, not my own but many others, were now very loud, and then, all was silent, except for the wet squelching. I finally understood the sign. Trucker Haven was not a promise, but a terrifying invitation. The small town, with its perfect houses and vacant smiles, was not a sanctuary, but a slaughterhouse. And I was their newest offering. Story 20. The rumble of the 18 wheels beneath me, a familiar vibration, was the only comfort I had left. This haul, a load of reclaimed timber, was taking me through the backwoods of West Virginia, places where the trees grew thick and twisted, like arthritic fingers reaching for the sky. The sun, a weak, watery disk, barely pierced the canopy, leaving the landscape perpetually draped in a gloomy twilight. I'd been driving for hours, the hypnotic churn of the tires on the cracked asphalt, the only constant. My rig, a vintage Kenworth, coughed and wheezed with every incline, a testament to its age and the brutal punishment I put it through. I prefer it that way, old, reliable, less computerized, and somehow, it felt more like a companion than a machine. I was supposed to deliver to some mill, way out in the sticks. I never even heard of the place before. My dispatcher just gave me a string of numbers and told me to punch it into my GPS, which was acting up, as per usual. I'd had a bad feeling ever since I got the call. There was something about the way he spoke, like he was reading off a script and was clearly uncomfortable. About an hour ago, I saw the first sign of it. A structure, barely visible behind the thick brush, a dilapidated shack, all angles and shadows, like a broken tooth and a gnarled smile. I didn't see any signs of life or vehicles, and I didn't think much of it at the time. I had to keep driving. I had a schedule to maintain. I had hoped to find a diner, maybe, but there was nothing, just miles and miles of forest. My GPS, a cruel joke of modern technology, had finally given up the ghost completely. The screen flashed and glitched. All I could see was a static mess, no directions, just buzzing. I pulled off the side of the road, gravel crunching under my wheels. I knew I should be paying more attention, but I was too tired. My eyelids were growing heavy. Maybe I needed a quick nap. I opened my window. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves filled the cab. It was like some tome I couldn't crawl out of. The silence, it was thick, too thick. I realized I hadn't heard a single bird call or the rustle of small animals, just the wind. A cold gust swept past the truck, whistling through the cracks, and it felt like more than just wind. I closed my eyes and leaned my head back, intending for a mere 10 minutes, a quick reset, but my mind began to drift. I found myself in this strange kind of half-sleep. I dreamt. It wasn't a dream of comfort. It was like a film projector, one of those old, clunky ones, with the flickering, broken images that felt more real than life itself. The shack from before was no longer dilapidated. The wood appeared polished, the windows now glowing an eerie amber light spilling from within. Figures, distorted, long and spindly, moved within, their shapes shifting like ink in water. Then they began to look at me, those faces. They were just holes, empty voids where eyes should have been, and I knew they could see me. It wasn't just the dream. I could feel their attention, like insects crawling all over my skin. I jerked awake, my heart hammering against my ribs. Sweat slicked my back, my skin tingling with a primal fear. The sky was darker. The sun had finally slipped below the horizon, plunging the woods into a suffocating blackness. I tried to calm myself down. It was just a bad dream. It had to have been. I fired up the engine. The rumble felt different, heavier, somehow, as though the truck itself was fighting to move forward. I shifted into gear, slowly, the wheels spinning against the gravel, and as I did, the most unnatural sound filled the night, a high-pitched, keening wail, like a child's cry, but laced with something ancient and cruel. It didn't come from the forest. It came from everywhere, and it was under the floor, in the walls. The whole truck was vibrating with it. I slammed on the brakes. I needed to get out of here. I needed to get away from this awful noise. It stopped, just as suddenly as it had started. I turned on the headlights. The beams cut through the black, revealing the trees. But they looked different now. Twisted, gnarled, each limb seeming to reach out, to grab me, or pull me closer, and I didn't want to be closer. The shack, it was closer too. I'd swear I hadn't gone further than a couple 100 feet. The amber light, still spilling from its windows, like a beacon, a horrible, beckoning call. I tried to restart the engine, but it wouldn't turn over. The starter whirred weakly then, silence. It was the first time my old reliable had ever let me down, at least that's how it felt. Then I saw the figures. They were no longer just in the windows. They were walking, or gliding, through the trees, coming towards me, and the silence was gone. They filled the space with that awful noise. It was closed now. I could feel it vibrate through me. Each cry sent shivers down my spine. I fumbled in the glove compartment for something, anything. My knife, it was all I had. They reached the truck. I could see them now, their skin, pale and stretched tight over their bones, like old parchment. Their limbs were too long, their movements fluid, like they weren't bound by the same rules of biology. And those faces, the holes, they were not empty. Something swirled within them, like a vortex, a window to something beyond comprehension. They were staring, they were waiting, I could feel it. I scrambled out of the cab, the cold night air stinging my face. I clutched my knife, a tiny weapon against such a force, and I started running. I didn't even know where I was running. I just knew I needed to get away. The forest closed in on me, the trees clawing at my clothes, the ground treacherous under my boots. The figures, they moved faster, somehow, than they should have, gliding through the undergrowth, their wails echoing around me louder and louder. I tripped and fell, hitting the ground hard. My breath knocked out of me. I rolled over. I couldn't run. They were too close. The figures surrounded me. I couldn't fight them. They were too many. They were beyond fight. I closed my eyes, waiting for whatever would come, and then I saw it. The shack, it wasn't just a shack. It was like a giant mouth, the glowing amber light, no longer a beacon, but like a maw. And the figures, they were guiding me toward it, like a flock of lost souls. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I was being pulled, dragged. I didn't want this. I had never wanted this. The last thing I saw, before I was pulled inside, was the darkness, and I felt it swallow me whole. I was home. I was finally home. Story 21. The chill air, heavy with the scent of damp earth, clung to me like a shroud. I gripped the steering wheel, knuckles white. The highway unspooled, a ribbon of black asphalt, disappearing into the endless, looming wall of pines. This wasn't a normal forest. These weren't normal trees. They seemed to lean in, their needled branches clawing at the space, as if trying to reach, to touch, to claim. It started subtly, a low murmur, lost beneath the rhythmic thrum of my rig. I dismissed it, blamed it on fatigue, on the long hours blurring together. I'd been pushing hard, desperate to make my deadline. But then, the whispers began. At first, they were distant, a faint rustling in the trees, like leaves skittering on the forest floor, only there wasn't any wind. My name, or a close approximation, carried on the chilling breeze. Jax. It seemed to sigh, a sibilant sound. I glanced at the passenger seat, saw nothing but shadows dancing there. A shiver crawled up my spine, an unwelcome guest. I adjusted my mirror, watched the tree line on either side of the road move with me, as if on a conveyor belt. The whispering intensified, the sound becoming more defined, more insistent. It was a chorus now, not of wind, but of voices calling out my name. Jax, 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 they echoed in the dark, wooded space. Each time they were slightly different, some deep and guttural, others high and reedy, like the wind blowing across the mouth of a bottle. They were laced with a strange, unsettling familiarity, as if they had known me for years, for decades. Perhaps even before I was born. My skin crawled. I pressed on the accelerator, trying to outrun them, but the pines remained, an omnipresent wall that moved with me, whispering, always whispering. The trees became grotesque in the corners of my vision. Twisted, gnarled, like limbs reaching from the grave, their dark bark like skin covered in scars and ancient wounds. The whispers morphed. No longer just my name, now they spoke fragments, memories dredged up from my past. Things I had forgotten, moments buried deep in the recesses of my mind. A childhood pet. My late grandmother's lullaby, the first time I had ever tasted coffee. These fragments, spoken by those disembodied voices, made the hairs on my arms stand on end. They were invading me, crawling into the very fiber of my being. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone had ripped off all of my clothes and left me standing naked in front of an uncaring crowd. The light was fading now, twilight painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and sickly green. The forest seemed to grow darker, denser, the trees looming larger, as if they were growing exponentially in the dying light. Their silhouettes were no longer just trees but monstrous, elongated figures with outstretched arms and sharp, claw-like fingers. I tried to clear my head, reminding myself it was just the long hours, the lack of sleep, that my brain was playing tricks on me. But the voices refused to be silenced, and they were getting closer now, more intimate, like they were speaking directly into my ear. They started to address my fears, my doubts. They knew about the time I almost left my mother behind in that burning building, the deep shame I carried from failing my brother when we were just children. The whispers twisted these memories, making them grotesque, amplifying my guilt. They were taunting me, picking apart my soul like carrion birds. I slammed my fist against the steering wheel, wanting to make the noise stop, wanting to drown out the endless, taunting voices. But the noise continued. It was inescapable, the forest, and its whispers had become my prison. The trees seemed to be pressing in on the highway, making it narrower and narrower, as if trying to force me off of the path. The space between the truck and the trees was almost non-existent. A sense of dread began to consume me. My heart pounded like a drum against my ribs, sweat slicking my palms. I needed to get out. I needed to find somewhere, anywhere, that the whispers couldn't reach. I tried to call for help, pulled out my phone. No signal, just static on the line. The radio was silent too. Only that eerie whispering, echoing, always echoing. The trees were becoming animated now, their branches reaching out like skeletal arms. They were scratching at the sides of the truck, a grating, bone-chilling sound. I looked out of the window, and it was no longer a forest, but a horde, closing in, ready to swallow me whole. My breath hitched in my throat. It was getting darker, the remaining light consumed by the hungry void of the woods. Then, the whispers changed again, taking on a different tone, a tone of malicious glee, a tone of expectation. "We're waiting for you, Jax," they seemed to purr, each word slithering into my mind like a serpent. "We've been waiting so very long." A wave of terror washed over me, a primal fear that burrowed deep in my bones. I pressed down the accelerator again, desperate to break free, desperate to outrun them. The truck lurched forward, a metal beast battling against the clutches of the woods. But the trees were faster, moving alongside me, their branches like grasping hands. A branch smashed against the window, spider webbing the glass. Another one tore off my mirror. The truck bucked violently. Swerving across the road, I tried to correct to gain control, but it was futile. The truck spun, losing all traction, the metal screeching a horrifying tune. Then the trees closed in, a suffocating wall of green and black. The whispers became a chorus, a deafening symphony of malevolence. They echoed in my ears, they vibrated in my skull, they vibrated in my very being. It felt as if every inch of me was being touched, being probed, examined by thousands of icy fingers. Then, the truck slammed sideways, smashing into the base of a colossal tree. The impact was jarring, throwing me against the seat, knocking the wind out of me. The truck cab was a mangled mess. Broken glass, twisted metal, and sharp debris were everywhere. I tried to get myself free, but my legs were pinned underneath the twisted steering column. I could barely breathe. The whispers were all around me, swirling and circling, a vortex of malevolence, pulling me in. The trees were not stationary now. They were moving closer and closer, like a crowd leaning in to witness a spectacle. The branches slithered through the shattered windows, reaching, grasping their needles like tiny, poisonous fangs. They pulled at my shirt, my pants, my hair. The voices became louder now, a chorus of triumph, a feast of wicked anticipation. They had me. They were inside my mind. They were inside my body. "You're one of us now," they hissed, as the branches finally pulled me from the wreckage, their needles piercing my skin, their roots wrapping around my body. I was being absorbed, consumed, claimed by the pines that listened. And as the light faded, as the darkness swallowed me whole, I became one of the many whispers in the forest. Story 22. The salt air clung to my skin, a clammy embrace as I wrestled the wheel, my knuckles bone white. This stretch of coastal highway, usually a monotonous ribbon of gray, felt different tonight. It pulsed, almost, with a malevolent energy. The weight of my rig, a beast of steel and chrome, felt heavier than usual, like it was sinking into the very asphalt. The usual rhythmic thrum of the tires was replaced by a low, guttural moan that seemed to emanate from the very bones of the earth. I'd been pushing hard, chasing deadlines and a paycheck. I saw it appear just beyond the glare of my headlights, nestled between two craggy cliffs, a place I'd never seen before. It was a cabin old, weathered, and disturbingly out of place. Its wood was a sickly shade of gray, like bone bleached by the sun. The windows, like vacant eyes, stared out from the darkness. There was an unsettling stillness about it, a void that seemed to suck the sound from the air. A single, flickering lantern hung beside the door, its feeble light casting grotesque, dancing shadows that squirmed on the walls. It wasn't marked on any map, wasn't on my route, nothing in my GPS data. But the exhaustion was a thick blanket, smothering any sense of logic. The pull was overwhelming, an itch in my soul, a whispered invitation. I told myself I just needed a moment, a brief pause before the long, dark hours ahead. I wrestled the truck to a stop, gravel crunching under the tires like skeletal fingers snapping, and I stepped out, my boots hitting the cold earth. A strange, sweet odor, like decaying lilies and something metallic, clung to the air. The wooden door creaked open with an unnatural eagerness as I approached. The sound was a drawn-out, painful groan, as if something inside was being torn apart. The interior was dimly lit by the lantern light, revealing rough-hewn walls, the planks seeming to twist and squirm as if under their own volition. There was a single, rough table in the center of the room, covered in something that looked like dried moss, or maybe even matted hair. A fire smoldered in the hearth, casting long, reaching shadows, making the room seem larger than it should be. The space seemed to breathe, contracting and expanding in a way that made my stomach clench. The air inside felt thick, viscous, like wading through lukewarm honey. I told myself, just a moment, just a few minutes to gather myself. I took a step inside, and the door slammed shut behind me with a force that rattled my teeth. I turned, startled, expecting to see it shut tight, but it was gone, replaced by a continuation of the wall, like the door had never existed. My heart hammered, fear a cold hand around my throat. But the fatigue was a siren's call, pulling me deeper. I sat down at the table. There was a mug, made of dark, unidentifiable clay, filled with a steaming liquid. I hesitated, then the fatigue won again. The smell was warm and comforting. I took a sip, the liquid tasting of cinnamon and blood. I hadn't meant to, but I drained the mug, a strange sense of peace washing over me. I leaned back against the wall, the rough wood feeling unnaturally soft against my back. Then, the world shifted. The walls began to squirm, the floor undulating beneath my feet, the fire in the hearth twisting like a tormented thing. The lantern light pulsed, throwing the room into dizzying shadows. I felt like I was falling through a vortex of swirling, distorted shapes. Panic seized me, a desperate, clawing thing. I tried to stand, to escape, but the room held me captive, the very air solidifying around me. An oppressive cage. When it stopped, the room was back to normal, the same rough table, the same mossy cloth, the same fire, the same mug, steaming, full, sitting on the table. And the door, the damn door, was there again. It was just like before. This time, I moved slower. I pushed at the door with all my strength. It didn't budge. I felt a crawling sensation on the back of my neck, as if something was watching. The mug, filled with the same sickeningly sweet, dark brew, mocked me from the table. It was an invitation and a prison. I was trapped in a twisted rerun, the cabin playing me like a broken record. I backed away from the table, my hands pressed against the clammy wall. I ran them across the rough, cold surface, feeling for anything, any sort of escape. It was there then, the faint shimmer on the wall. A distorted reflection, not mine, but something else. Something that made the hair on my neck stand on end. It moved, squirmed like the shadows had, and beckoned to me with a bone-white finger. It was like a living painting on the wall, and the surface seemed to ripple and flow. I reached out. The image seemed to get closer. It grew. It expanded until the entire wall was a window. Not to the cabin, but to a different place. A distorted reflection of some forgotten place, with monstrous trees and black clouds. The image stretched out towards me, the air turning cold, and long, bony fingers seemed to reach for me. I lunged forward, desperate to escape, to go anywhere else. I was met with cold, hard rock and a searing pain. I tried to pull myself free, but 100 hands held me, the fingers digging deep into my flesh. I could feel them tearing at me, like they wanted to get inside. They were pulling me through the wall. I let out a scream that didn't escape. That was swallowed by the darkness, and the world went black as I was pulled through the wall, as the cabin vanished and I fell. Story 23. The rumble of the 18-wheeler, a comforting tremor beneath me, usually lulled me into a state of near meditation. But tonight, the vibrations felt different, alien almost, like the truck itself was uneasy, unsettled. I'd been pushing hard, a long haul from Nevada into the belly of Utah. and my bladder was staging a full-blown rebellion. The sign for the rest stop, a beacon in the desolate landscape, was a welcome sight. I pulled in, the gravel crunching under the massive tires, a sound that usually brought me a sense of accomplishment. This rest stop, though. It felt wrong the moment I killed the engine. The air hung heavy, thick with a stillness that was anything but peaceful. The single, flickering light above the entrance of the restroom building cast long, distorted shadows, making the structure appear ancient, forgotten. I grabbed my keys, my phone, and made my way toward the building, each footstep feeling like an intrusion. The door creaked open, a sound like old bones grinding together, and I stepped inside. The first thing that hit me was the smell, a strange mix of damp earth and something vaguely metallic, like old blood. The space was small, sterile in a way that felt unnatural. A row of porcelain sinks lined one wall, reflecting the dim light in milky, unsettling pools. Opposite them, the mirrors, or what I assumed were mirrors, stretched to the ceiling, framed in cheap, tarnished metal. I headed for the urinal, trying to ignore the prickling sensation on the back of my neck, the feeling of being watched. As I zipped up, I turned to the sinks, ready to splash some cold water on my face. I was tired, that was all. But then, I looked into the mirror. Really looked. It wasn't reflecting my image at all. The surface wasn't glassy. It had a dull, opaque quality, like looking into a shallow pool of murky water. And beyond that, instead of my reflection, I saw a landscape. A bleak, gray landscape, populated with weathered, moss-covered headstones, tombstones. My heart hammered against my ribs. I moved closer, my breath hitching in my throat. This was no mirror. This was a window, and through it I saw a graveyard. Not just any graveyard, but one populated with spectral figures. Wispy, translucent shapes that moved with a sluggish, desperate purpose. They were all dressed in clothes that I recognized. Faded denim, worn leather jackets, trucker hats perched on their spectral heads. They were ghosts of truckers. Their faces were gaunt, their eyes vacant holes that seemed to stare right through me. One figure, with a skeletal hand, reached towards the glass, its fingers blurring as they touched the surface. They seemed desperate, trapped. I took a step back, my legs suddenly feeling like lead. I moved to the next mirror, heart thundering, my mind racing. The view was the same, a different section of the graveyard, a cluster of headstones huddled together. More spirits, wailing silently. One, a large, ghostly figure with a thick beard, seemed to recognize me. He stretched out his arm, his translucent hand reaching towards the glass. His spectral face contorted in a silent scream. They were all staring, all pleading. I stumbled back, my hands shaking, scrambling backwards. I could feel their despair, their unending torment, emanating from the other side of those horrible windows. I felt their pain, their frustration, their utter loneliness. I backed out of the restroom, every nerve ending screaming in protest. The door scraped shut behind me, the sound echoing like a death knell. I was breathing hard, gulping in air, the smell of damp earth still clinging to my nostrils. I had to get out of here, fast. I was halfway to my rig when I noticed something new. Another light, not the flickering entrance light, but a faint, ethereal glow coming from inside the restroom. I turned back, drawn by a morbid curiosity. The light grew stronger, pulsing with a sickly green hue. Hesitantly, I approached the door again. The door had vanished. In its place was another mirror, another window, leading into a new part of the graveyard. I peered into the opening. This new mirror showed a single, freshly dug grave. No headstone, no markings. Just freshly turned earth, and then the ground started to stir. It moved like some burrowing animal. It convulsed. A pale, spectral hand broke the surface, reaching, clawing towards the world beyond. Towards me. The hand then ripped through the glass. It reached out, its fingers long, skeletal, the flesh a sickly green, dripping some kind of spectral ooze. It closed around my arm, its grip icy cold, and I could feel my very life energy, my essence, being drained. A horrible pain coursed through my veins. A chilling wave of despair washed over me. My own face reflected back at me from the window, my expression turning vacant, becoming one of them. I was being pulled through the mirror, into that awful graveyard. I heard their wails, their silent screams getting louder, surrounding me, pulling me deeper into the spectral hellscape. My feet lifted off the ground, and I knew I was joining their endless vigil. Story 24. My eyelids peeled open. The sky was a bruised, purple color, leaking into the horizon. I shifted in my seat, my back protesting the hours curled up. I'd pulled over last night, exhausted. I needed a few hours, just a cat nap. This back lot, dusty and forgotten, felt far enough from the main drag. Now, I saw something strange. Disturbing even. Scattered around my rig, the dirt had been disturbed. It wasn't just random animal tracks. These were deep, elongated prints. Human but off somehow. They stretched out towards the tree line, as if a whole group of people had decided to use my truck as some sort of centerpiece. This wasn't a casual few steps. No, these tracks fanned out. They spoke of a whole, silent encampment. That was what was truly unnerving. The sheer scale of it. Where had they come from? How had they gotten here? I clambered out, the gravel crunching under my boots. The air felt thick, a damp blanket against my skin. A smell, like wet leaves and something metallic, hung heavy. I followed the prints. They led to the edge of the woods, then just disappeared into the thick undergrowth. No return tracks, no sign of where they went. Vanished, like phantoms. My gut churned. This was wrong. All of it. I ran my hand over the disturbed soil. It felt strangely cold. Even under the rising sun, a shiver traced down my spine. This was not some casual hiker passing through. This was something else. Something different. I moved the truck, leaving the clearing, shaken. I decided to hit a diner a few towns over. I needed coffee and the sounds of people. Some normalcy. The day dragged on. The miles felt longer and heavier than usual. Yet, the image of the strange tracks and the phantom camp lingered in my mind, like a dark stain on my consciousness. I tried to reason it away. Maybe it was kids messing around. Maybe I had just dreamed it. But the chill I felt, that prickle of unease, told me otherwise. It was real, all too real. I found myself back on the same route by dusk. I hadn't intended to, but the pull of the familiar, and maybe something more sinister, drew me back. The sun dipped below the trees, casting long, distorted shadows. The same backlot was waiting, as if it had been keeping vigil all day. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. There was something different about this twilight. I parked, more cautiously now. The air was even more oppressive. The metallic scent, sharper. A low hum, like 1,000 insects vibrating at once, seemed to fill the air. Then I saw them. Around the periphery of the trees, shapes began to emerge. They weren't human shapes. Not exactly. They were tall, gaunt. Their limbs too long, angled in ways that didn't make sense. Their skin was the color of bark, rough and cracked. Their eyes, if they could be called eyes, glowed with a sickly green light. They moved with a fluid, unsettling grace, like spiders scuttling across a web. The sound intensified, and I noticed it was coming from them. A chorus of clicks and whispers, too low to understand but chilling to the bone. They didn't approach. Not at first. They circled the rig, their glowing eyes fixed on me. I could feel the fear, a cold fist squeezing my heart, making it hard to breathe. Then they started to close the distance. Slowly, deliberately, as if I was a trapped animal. The humming grew louder, a physical pressure in the air. I tried to move, to reach for the door. But my muscles felt heavy-laden, paralyzed by pure terror. One of them reached the truck. It extended a long, spindly hand, fingers ending in sharp, obsidian claws. It raked them against the metal. The sound was like nails on a chalkboard, magnified 1,000 times. It made me want to vomit. It peered inside, its glowing green eyes boring into mine. I saw no intelligence there, just a primal hunger. I broke free of my paralysis. Slamming my foot onto the pedal, the engine roared. The rig shuddered, tires spinning on the loose gravel. They scattered, their movements impossibly quick. But they weren't deterred. They surged forward, their bodies hitting the side of the truck with soft, sickening thuds. I swerved hard, trying to shake them off. I drove towards the woods, not caring where the truck was going, just wanting to get away. The creatures clung to my cab, their claws ripping through the metal. I could hear them, their whispers closer now, piercing my eardrums, my vision blurred, my head swimming. Then, one of them broke through the window. A long, bony arm, its skin like cracked leather, reached for me. Its green, burning eye inches from my face. I screamed, but no sound came out. The last thing I saw before the world went dark was the creature's maw, opening to reveal rows of needle-sharp teeth, and then the darkness swallowed me whole. Story 25. The first time I saw it, I figured it for just another gnarled, old-growth, roadside specimen. It stood there, sentinel-like, at the edge of the shoulder. Its bark, a grotesque tapestry of fissures, and knobs seemed to twist in the light. I was hauling a load of steel pipes south to Phoenix. It was late, the sun a bloody smear on the horizon. My eyes were tired, my body leaden, and I just needed a break. So I pulled over, the semi sighing its heavy breath as it came to a halt. I grabbed my thermos, climbed down, and stretched, my back popping like a string of firecrackers going off. I noticed the tree then, for the first time properly. Not as a landscape detail, but as something different. It was weeping, and not in a poetic sense. This was a thick, viscous weeping. The sap, or whatever it was, dribbled down its trunk like a living, amber blood, leaving trails of shimmering slime. The air seemed to vibrate around it. I walked closer, curiosity a morbid itch at the back of my brain. It smelled sweet, almost cloying, with a metallic undercurrent that made my nostrils flare, like old pennies and spoiled fruit left baking in the sun. The sap, still slowly oozing down the tree, was pooling at its base, forming little puddles of light-catching fluid. I should have left it alone. I should have gotten back in the cab and driven the hell away. But I didn't. I knelt down, my hand reaching out without my conscious consent, just to touch it, to see if it felt as strange as it looked. The moment my finger brushed against that viscous goo, the world exploded. Not in sound, not in light, but in sensation. It was like being plunged into a freezing, raging river. Only, the river was made of screams, of pain, of terror. I wasn't in my body anymore. I was somewhere else. I was another driver. The one in the old rig with the faded flames painted on the hood. I was seeing through his terrified eyes, the world turning upside down. The sound of metal rending, crunching. It was so loud. And it was so much. I felt with his dying breaths, the crushing force of twisted steel, the agonizing slow crawl of something sharp, tearing through flesh and bone. Then it was gone. The vision, the pain, the death. Just like that. I was back kneeling by the tree, my heart hammering like a trapped bird, my hand trembling, still slick with that unnerving substance. I recoiled, scrambling back. The taste of copper filled my mouth. I could still feel the residual phantom pains of crushed ribs. I stared at the tree. It was grinning. At least, that's how my scrambled mind interpreted the twisted patterns in the bark. I stumbled to my feet, got back into the cab, my hands fumbling with the ignition. I didn't look at the tree as I drove away, not even in my side mirror. All I could think was that experience, that fleeting, horrifying glimpse into another's demise. I drove for hours, fueled by adrenaline and a cold terror. I needed to put as much distance between myself and that weeping thing as humanly possible. I found a desolate truck stop and collapsed into my bunk, haunted by fragmented images of mangled metal and shattered windshields. I tried to rationalize it, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and too much caffeine. But I knew, deep down, it was more. It was the tree. its sap had shown me. It had shown me the deaths that had taken place nearby. I needed to get that image and that sensation out of my head. I was unable to sleep. I tried, but the images kept flashing behind my eyes, each death more vivid and gruesome than the last. Each time I closed them, I saw a new truck. I saw new faces behind a broken windshield. A week passed, and the memory, though still vivid, had lost its initial, sharp teeth. I started my run north again, my load lighter this time, a stack of lumber for Montana. I tried to avoid that road. I plotted a detour, but found myself, against my own will, veering back onto the old highway. My rig, it felt, was pulling me toward that place. Like a moth to a terrible flame. I felt the sweat start to bead on my forehead. As I rounded the bend, I saw it again. The tree stood there. Its weeping sap seemed more vibrant this time. It was glowing as the sun set in the west. I slammed the brakes, the tires screeching, and I was out of the cab before I could properly think about it. I felt this pull, this morbid curiosity, this absolute, undeniable urge to see again, to feel. The thought made my stomach churn, and yet I couldn't fight it. I approached cautiously, the sap appearing to pulse in the fading light. I didn't touch it. Not this time. I just looked. The bark seemed to squirm under the oozing goo, and in the flickering light, I could swear that I saw faces embedded in the wood. Distorted, screaming faces. I saw eyes, desperate eyes, pleading with me. I leaned closer, my breath catching in my throat. The metallic scent was overwhelming, now, tinged with the sickly sweetness of decay. Suddenly, the images came flooding back, but not in a jumbled mess. This time, they were clear, focused. The first driver I saw. A man, he was smiling, and then his face was being splattered. With blood, with glass. Then another. This time it was a woman, slumped forward. Her throat cut open, a spray of red paint across the windshield. And another. And another. A legion of drivers, doomed souls, all connected by this godforsaken tree. And then I saw myself. Not in the past. I saw myself in the future. In that vision, I saw my truck, veering off the road, the metal crumpling like tinfoil. I saw my face, pale and lifeless, behind the broken glass. I felt the sickening lurch as I was thrown from the cab, into the mud, and the agonizing, cold, slow, crushing death. I staggered back, a scream ripped from my throat, and my heart hammering against my ribs. I knew what I had to do. The tree was not just showing me the past. It was showing me my fate. It was trying to claim me. I had to destroy it. I ran back to the cab, grabbed my tire iron, its cold metal slick in my trembling hand, and charged. I didn't even think about it. I swung the metal, with all of my strength, against the base of the tree. The impact sent a shock through my arm. The bark splintered, but it didn't fall. It laughed. The tree released a sound, a guttural moan that seemed to shake the very ground beneath my feet. I swung again, and again, each blow a desperate attempt to end it. The tree shrieked, the sap pulsed, and the air crackled with unseen energy. I felt my mind tearing at the seams, the images flashing faster now. More gruesome, more brutal. Each time the metal struck, I was dragged back into those final moments, again, and again. I felt the tree reaching for me, its sap beginning to spread, like living vines snaking up my legs, trying to pull me down, trying to claim my soul for its collection of broken drivers. It was close, its tendrils reaching my neck. I closed my eyes, ready to accept my fate. I swung with everything that I had left. The iron connected with something deep inside. The tree released a scream of pure, unadulterated agony, and the world exploded in a kaleidoscope of color and sound. The light was blinding. I felt myself thrown back, the air rushing from my lungs. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the ground. The tree was still there. It was, however, different. The sap was gone. The bark was charred, as if it had been struck by lightning. It was silent. It was no longer weeping, it was dead. Or at least, it looked that way. I dragged myself to my feet and stumbled back to the cab. My hands were shaking, I was covered in sap and dirt, but I was alive. I didn't look back. I drove, and I drove fast until I couldn't drive any further, until I was hundreds and hundreds of miles away. I parked my truck at a different truck stop and I slept. It was a long, dreamless sleep. When I woke, the sun was already high in the sky, and the terror was still there, lurking beneath the surface. Waiting, and I knew, even if the tree was dead, its weeping and its legacy would live on in me. Story 26. The desert, it breathes. A dry, hot exhale against my skin. The sun, a malevolent eye, glares down. My rig, a chrome beast, rumbles beneath me, a low growl in this oppressive silence. I've been on this run, the same blasted stretch of cracked asphalt, countless times. It's a rhythm, a monotonous pulse I've grown accustomed to, almost comfortable with, until now. This feeling, this crawling unease, is new. It started subtle, a prickle at the edge of my awareness. Like flies gathering around something rotten, the sensation has grown thicker, more insistent. I feel like eyes are on me. But not in the usual way. Not the highway patrol, or even other drivers, more like hungry eyes, watching from the periphery of the world. I've been seeing things too. Glimpses at the corners of my vision. Shadows that seem to shift, not from the play of light and dust, but from some internal, unseen movement. Figures, vague and distorted. Like a nightmare trying to materialize into reality. They're gone, in the blink of an eye, leaving behind only a cold sweat and a gnawing doubt. Last night, at the truck stop outside of Barstow, I found a note tucked under my wiper, the paper thin and yellowed, like parchment, and the ink a thick, clotted black, looking almost like dried blood. The words, scrawled in a shaky, desperate hand, they were simple. They watch you, they want you, don't stop. I threw it away, of course, laughed it off, called it some dumb prank. But the words stuck, clawing at the edges of my mind. This morning, the feeling had worsened. The sun seems to scorch me now. The landscape is a cruel, unending canvas of brown and beige. The heat is stifling. It feels like the desert itself is trying to choke me. I see them again, the figures. These fleeting, grotesque shapes at the edge of my sight. One was tall, impossibly so, its limbs twisted and elongated. Its head a blurry mass that seemed to wobble, and another hunched and squat, like a spider, all angles and sharp edges. They're not just in my peripheral vision anymore. Now, they are in the reflection of my chrome, their forms shifting in the shiny surface. They move closer with each glance, the feeling of them growing with every mile. I cannot focus. My heart slams against my ribs, like a trapped bird. I try the CB, a static hiss is all it returns, the usual chatter replaced with a maddening silence. There is an unnerving quiet, a dead silence that presses in from all sides. This isn't normal, not the usual lonely hum of the highway. I glance up into my mirrors. Something is there. Not a truck, not a car, nothing that should be on this road. A figure, a dark form, it is floating, just barely above the asphalt. It has no discernible features, just an empty darkness. I slam on the brakes. The tires screech and scream, protesting the sudden violence. My rig shudders to a halt, kicking up dust that swirls around me, like a suffocating curtain. I look back at the figure. It hasn't moved. It hangs there, hovering over the road, its formless void staring back at me, and my blood, it turns to ice. I grab the tire iron from behind my seat, my grip tight. My hand is shaking uncontrollably. This can't be real, my mind keeps repeating. This is not real, it is a bad dream. But the weight of the steel in my fist, it's very real, the sweat on my palms. It is cold and slick. I have to fight. That feeling, it overrides all doubt. I get out of my rig, the heat strikes me like a physical blow, it nearly knocks me off my feet. I take a step towards the figure. It doesn't move, a silent challenge. The air around it seems to shimmer, distorting the world behind it. I try yelling, my throat burns. And the sound comes out as a weak croak, it feels like something is blocking my throat. I start towards it. I am determined. I do not know what this thing is, but it feels like the only thing holding me to this world, to reality. My steps grow faster. My blood sings in my ears. All sense of self is replaced by a primal urge, the only urge left, to fight. As I approach the figure, it changes, or it coalesces into something more defined, though it still remains horrible. It begins to take shape, like a sculpture emerging from the clay. Long, thin limbs, with joints that bend at unnatural angles. Its skin, a sickly pale, is stretched taut over its bones. Its eyes, they are large, black pits, full of a lightless hunger. Its mouth, a jagged, lipless gash it opens, and from within, there comes a sound, not a sound I can describe, not a growl, nor a scream, just an unholy noise that vibrates in my very bones. I swing. The tire iron connects. The dull thud is followed by a crunch, but the thing, it is unfazed. Its head, it snaps back, but it is there, still, staring at me with empty eyes. It reaches for me. Its long, spindly fingers, they twitch, and one of those fingers, it scrapes across my arm. The pain, it is not like any pain I've ever known. It is cold and sharp, and it sinks deep into my bones. I swing again. The tire iron, it is my only defense, but it is not enough. It could never be enough. The thing, it grabs my arm. Its grip is like ice. It is unyielding. It pulls me closer. Its body is cold, like a corpse, and from within that darkness, there is the stench. It is the smell of rot, of decay, of something ancient and vile. The thing's face comes closer, its dark eyes. They are searching me, seeing the depths of my soul. I can't move. I am frozen, locked in place by the thing's gaze. Its mouth opens wide, and inside there is a blackness, a pit of nothing. And I feel my very essence is being pulled, drawn into the darkness, and from behind me, I hear a chorus of whispers. They are cold, and they are coming closer. I struggle. I fight. I try to break free, but it's no use. Its grip is too strong. The darkness, it envelops me. It's swallowing me whole. I close my eyes. I give in, and in that final moment, I understand. The desert, it wasn't just breathing. It was consuming. And I was just another offering. Story 27. The monotony of the highway stretched before me, an endless ribbon of gray under a bruised, twilight sky. I was hauling a load of frozen poultry, headed east, and the only real company I had was the static crackle of my CB radio. Most nights were quiet, just the occasional burst of chatter from other drivers, talking about way stations, traffic, or the sorry state of their rigs. But tonight, it was different. Tonight, a voice came through. A smooth, almost honeyed drawl that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. Breaker, breaker, 19. Anyone out there feeling the pull of the long haul tonight? The voice purred. I hesitated, glancing at my side mirror. Nothing but the relentless gray of the semi-desert. I figured, what the hell, a little company wouldn't hurt. This is Big John, heading towards the heartland, I replied, keying my mic. Just trying to get these chickens home before they start clucking in their sleep. A low chuckle responded, a sound that seemed to slither into my ears, coating them like a cold oil. Chickens, huh? Funny thing about chickens, John. They're so vulnerable. All that fragile bone and soft meat. Just like us, really. I swallowed, trying to ignore the way the man's voice was sending shivers down my spine.
Yeah, I guess so,
I said.
Oh.
Don't sound so glum, Big John. The night is young. And the open spaces, they hold so many possibilities. Don't you think? The voice returned. It was like silk against sandpaper. The words almost too poetic for the average radio conversation. I told myself it was just some strange soul, passing time with bizarre banter. Maybe he was just lonely. I tried to steer the conversation towards more familiar topics, asking about his load, his route. He only offered cryptic answers, talking in circles about the vastness of the night, the secrets the darkness held. He would always steer back to the concept of vulnerability, of things that break, of things that bruise easily. The next night, he was back. His voice the same, but with an edge now, sharper, more sinister. "Did you ever look into the eyes of a creature as life leaves it, Big John?" he started. "It's like looking into a void. A black, endless pit of nothingness." My stomach turned. I tried to change the channel. Nothing. He was on every frequency. It was as though he had somehow locked me into his own private radio hell. I muted my mech, trying to shake off the feeling of being watched, the sensation of his words burrowing deep into my consciousness. The nights that followed became a waking nightmare. His conversations were no longer just bizarre. They were graphic, detailed descriptions of violence. He'd talk about the way bones cracked, the way blood looked in the moonlight, the feel of flesh ripping, as though he were describing a sunset. Always, he would come back to drivers, to long haulers, their vulnerability, their isolation. And he would talk with a perverse admiration for the way we are alone and exposed. He knew things he shouldn't. He knew my truck model, the brand of my favorite coffee. Even the fact that I had a small dent in my front bumper from that deer I hit last fall. He was always one step ahead of me, a phantom stalking me across the plains. He started calling me by a nickname I hadn't heard since I was a kid, something no one outside of my family knew. He called me Johnny Boy, and he seemed to relish it. The name, once a token of affection, was now a creeping, icy tendril snaking its way into my heart. He was like a predator savoring his prey, playing with me, enjoying my terror. I started to avoid rest stops, sleeping fitfully in my cab, always with one ear listening for that insidious voice. I was losing sleep. I was losing my appetite. I was losing myself to the creeping horror. The loneliness of the road had always been a part of the job, but now it was a suffocating weight, crushing me, isolating me in a prison of fear. I had considered calling for help, but he was always there. His voice was always in my ears, and I felt the weight of an unseen, yet all-seeing gaze. It was like being trapped in a bad dream, one where the horror was always one step ahead, where escape was never possible. One night, the voice took on a different tone, a sense of anticipation, almost excitement. "Johnny Boy," it breathed. My childhood name dripping with venom. "I've been watching you. I know where you are." My heart hammered against my ribs, my grip on the wheel tightening until my knuckles turned white. I glanced at my GPS, seeing the long stretch of desolate highway ahead, the surrounding landscape a blurry mess of shadows in the faint moonlight. He knew. He really knew. It was a new kind of dread now, an icy fist squeezing the air out of my lungs. The voice continued. "I'm not far away, Johnny Boy. Just a few miles, maybe less. I've been waiting so long to have a proper chat, face to face." Then, he gave me a description of the next rest stop. A small, abandoned place, with a broken sign, and a lone rusted dumpster. He said he was waiting for me, that he had something he wanted to show me. I told myself not to go. I should just keep going, but my body had its own agenda. It was an impulse. A sickening compulsion that seemed outside of my control. I pulled off the highway, my rig sighing as it came to a halt on the cracked pavement. The rest stop was exactly as he described. Desolate and decayed, the very air heavy with an oppressive silence. I saw the rusted dumpster, its edges jagged, like a mouth agape in a silent scream. I felt the blood drain from my face. The back of my throat went dry. I tried to force myself to turn back, but my feet seemed to be stuck to the pedals. My hand hovered over the ignition key. It was as though an invisible force was dragging me into the heart of the nightmare. Then, I saw him. He stood by the dumpster, his face shrouded in shadow, his form indistinct. But there was no mistaking the presence of something truly malevolent. He raised a hand, a long, pale thing, and in the weak moonlight, I saw something glinting in his grasp. He was holding something shiny, sharp, and the very sight of it sent an icy terror ripping through my body. I finally managed to hit the key, and before he could react, the engine roared to life. I slammed the truck into gear and swerved back onto the highway. I didn't even bother looking into my mirror. I didn't want to know if he was following me, and all I could hear as I drove as fast as I could was his horrible laughter, filling my cab and echoing all around me. Story 28. The first peculiar sign was the shifting. Not the truck. No, that beast was solid, a metal leviathan chewing up the miles, but something behind me. In the cargo, I'd loaded up in the dim, pre-dawn hours, a shipment of, well, it doesn't really matter what, just heavy boxes, filling the trailer. I'd secured the door myself, triple-checked, just like always. Yet, on the stretch between Amarillo and Tucumcari, I felt it. A subtle imbalance. A weight that wasn't quite right. I chalked it up to fatigue. The endless black ribbon of highway had a way of playing tricks on the mind. The horizon, a jagged wound in the earth. But then came the second thing. The scratching. A faint, skittering sound like fingernails against wood. It wasn't constant, it came and went, teasing the edge of my hearing. I turned up the volume on the audio book, attempting to bury it beneath a story of haunted mansions and crumbling castles. It didn't work. The scratching persisted, a malevolent metronome to the rhythm of my tires. I pulled over at a dusty rest stop, the air thick, heavy with the smell of dry earth. I grabbed my flashlight, its beam slicing through the gathering dusk, and headed for the back. The metal of the door was cool, almost clammy, beneath my fingertips. I undid the latches, each click loud in the silence. The door groaned open, revealing the tightly packed boxes. I swept the beam around, the shadows dancing like tormented souls. Everything looked normal, the boxes stacked high, casting long, distorted shapes on the walls. I even climbed in, careful not to dislodge anything. Nothing. Just the smell of cardboard and that ever-present, underlying sense of unease. Back in the cab, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a rodent. Maybe a branch had got caught somewhere. Stupid excuses, I knew it, but I clung to them like a drowning man to a life raft. As the hours bled into night, the scratching became more frequent, more insistent. It was joined by another sound, a soft, wet sigh, almost like breathing. But not the breathing of a human. No, this was something else. Something wrong. Then I started to notice myself changing. I'd rub my hand over my forehead, and a moment later, I would catch movement in the corner of my eye. A hand, pale and long, mimicking my motion. Or I'd take a swig of my coffee, and then, a second later, that sound again of something liquid being consumed. I swear, I'd see the corner of something white. From my periphery, from deep within the loaded cargo. It wasn't just in the back of my mind now, it was an extension of my own self, a perverse reflection, a haunting, ghostly mirror. Fear, cold and sharp as broken glass, sliced through me. I was no longer the only one in this cab. The creature in the back, it wasn't just a stowaway. No, it was something far worse. Something that was learning me, feeding on me. It watched my every movement, digested my every habit, and spat it back, twisted and distorted. I started driving faster, pushing the truck, the speed building until the tires screamed against the hot asphalt. Each mile was a heartbeat, a desperate race against the inevitable. It was a fool's hope, I knew, but what else was left? But running. The creature became bolder, its mimicking more precise. I'd yawn, and a moment later, a low, guttural sigh would echo from the trailer. I'd scratch my arm, and a fingernail would drag along the metal of the wall. It was like a mocking, horrific parody of my existence. Then the sounds shifted. The soft sigh became a series of quick, shallow breaths. The scratching intensified into a frantic clawing. I could feel it, the vibrations reverberating through the metal through me. I slammed on the brakes, the truck shuddering like a wounded beast. I threw open the door and tumbled out, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. The back door, the one I was sure I had locked and checked, was swinging loose. Open. I grabbed a tire iron from the toolbox, the metal cool, a source of temporary comfort. I approached the back of the trailer, the darkness seeming to squirm like a living thing. I took a deep breath, the air tasting like dust and fear, and I swung the door wide. The scene inside wasn't what I expected. Not just boxes, no. The cargo had been rearranged. Or rather, something had been rearranging it. The boxes were pushed into crude shapes, forming what looked like a crude, rudimentary, human form in the center of the truck. And then it moved. It wasn't fluid or smooth. It was a jerky, puppet-like movement, as if something was learning to use bones, muscles, flesh. It rose, tall and gaunt, the boxes shifting, settling, and sticking. Like a grotesque shell, it was me. Or it was a version of me. Its head was a tangle of ripped cardboard and tape, its arms, long and unnatural, ending in sharp, splintered corners. Its eyes, the only features that looked almost real, burned with a cold, empty hunger. It moved forward, mimicking my stance, the tire iron in my hand, mirroring in its own, crude, wooden arm. It mimicked my breath, the quick, shallow breaths mirroring mine perfectly but sounding so much wrong. Then it spoke. Or, rather, it imitated my voice. I heard myself saying from its awful, gaping hole, where a mouth should be, the very words I had been thinking. What are you? And as the grotesque replica of me reached out, with its cardboard fingers, I understood. It wasn't a predator, it was a parasite. It hadn't been hunting me. It had been growing inside of me. And now, it was ready to take over. The last thing I saw was the flicker of my own eyes, in its empty, lifeless sockets, as the darkness consumed everything. Story 29. It started with a glove, a single, work-worn leather glove, laying forlornly on the edge of a picnic table at a desolate rest area somewhere outside of Flagstaff. I'd seen it, this rest area, dozens of times. It was always the same, a small concrete slab. 2 rusted tables and a trash bin overflowing with discarded fast food wrappers. But that glove, it was new. It hadn't been there the last time, and it felt wrong. Like it had been shed in a hurry, or torn away. I picked it up. The leather was stiff, almost brittle, and the inside was damp, with a peculiar, metallic odor. It wasn't the smell of sweat or diesel, but something else. Something that made my stomach churn. I tossed it into the bin, trying to dismiss it as just another oddity in this strange, lonely existence. A few days later, near Barstow, there was a hat, a trucker's cap. This one, tattered and soiled, lying in the middle of the parking lot. It looked like it had been stomped on. The fabric was dark, almost black, and it was stained with something that resembled dried blood. I didn't touch it, just stared at it, a cold knot forming in my gut. It was another piece, I realized. Another echo of something terrible. I kept noticing things after that. A belt buckle at a lonely pull-off near Bakersfield, a cracked pair of work boots at a forgotten way station outside of Vegas. Even a torn piece of a reflective vest hanging off of a highway signpost near the border. Each item, a grim trophy, left behind at a place where somebody had clearly vanished. They were not accidents. This was not discarded garbage, this was a collection. Each time the same nauseating smell lingered, the one that clung to the glove, the metallic, coppery aroma of something alive, something gone wrong. I started skipping rest stops. I'd drive for hours, sometimes even days, fueled by coffee and a growing sense of dread, the need to outrun something I couldn't see, but felt. I tried talking to other truckers about it, on the CB, but they just laughed. They thought I was getting soft, losing my edge. Highway hypnosis, old-timer. One of them chuckled. You're seeing ghosts. I wish it was just that. Ghosts, I could deal with ghosts, but this felt too real, too tangible. This felt like the after effects of something brutal. I found myself examining every rest area, every pull-off, like a forensic examiner, searching for the next sign, the next piece of the puzzle. I started to avoid the places with items, choosing only bright, well-lit stops, even if it meant driving longer. But this only made things worse. It became a ritual, a dark game of spot the difference. I knew that the place is with. And without the artifacts, were no longer random, there was a pattern, and it was pointing me to something. Then, the nightmare came at a tiny, abandoned stop outside of Needles. A place I'd never seen, a place that didn't even seem to exist on the maps. It was more a dirt patch than anything else, a couple of warped picnic tables rotting in the harsh desert sun. I saw it. Instantly, hanging from a bent, rusted metal pole, where a sign used to be, a tattered scrap of fabric, a piece of a driver's uniform, with a name tag, half torn, barely readable. It was the name of a driver that went missing just a few weeks ago, a name I knew from the logbooks. His name was Marty. I approached slowly. The usual smell, the sickly sweet scent of copper, was overpowering. But there was something more, a new smell mixed in with the old, the stench of decay, and something else that made me want to vomit. It felt like something was very close by. And then I saw them, peeking out from behind the warped tables, eyes glittering in the gloom, like animalistic eyes, yet too cold, too knowing to belong to any animal. They were tall, gaunt figures, draped in shadows and bits of human attire, like scavengers or monsters that collected what is left behind. They weren't just looking at me, they were sizing me up. One of them, the largest one, stepped out into the open. It was hard to make out features in the dark, but I could see the glint of metal around its limbs, pieces of trucks fashioned into crude armor, the rusted, dented fenders and grills, and what looked like the remains of headlamps embedded into its skin. They didn't speak, but their intention was clear. They weren't ghosts. They were something much worse. They were collectors, and they had been waiting for me. They were the ones taking the truckers, the ones leaving the souvenirs to lure the next victim, the next addition to their gruesome assembly. This was their trophy room. I knew there was no escape, but there was one thing I had: the air horn. I slammed my fist on the valve. The deafening roar shattering the desert silence, the sonic blast, ripping through the air like a screaming banshee. The effect was instantaneous, the figures flinching, recoiling, like it was fire. They were sensitive to the noise, they hated the piercing sound. They stumbled back, momentarily confused, but there were too many. I needed to get away, and now I jumped back into my cab. The engine already running, I slammed my foot on the accelerator, the tires spitting gravel as I tore away from the stop, the monstrous silhouettes growing smaller in the rearview, but I knew they weren't done with me. They would be waiting for me at the next desolate, forgotten place with another piece of someone gone, leaving more clues, and waiting for me. Waiting to add my own story 30. The hum of the tires, that low, persistent thrum, usually a comfort, a lullaby against the miles, felt different tonight. It vibrated through me, not soothing, but like a low growl rumbling up through the floorboards. I'd been hauling refrigerated cargo, a shipment of something vaguely described as exotic produce. For the last 3 days, the smell of overripe sweetness clinging to my rig like a shroud. Dispatch had been, well, peculiar. It started subtly. A slight change in tone, the dispatcher's voice, usually a flat, monotone drone taking on a strange, sing-song quality. It was as if he was enjoying himself a little too much. His usual clipped instructions, the bland pronouncements of routes and drop-offs, were replaced with circuitous detours, instructions that seemed illogical, almost whimsical. Turn right at the crossroads marked by the rusted, broken-down bicycle he'd directed this morning. A hint of something, a disturbing glint in his voice. There had been no bicycle, just an empty intersection, swallowed by shadows of trees that looked like clawed hands reaching for the sky. Their branches twisting, grotesque against the pale moon. I told myself it was just fatigue. The long hours, the solitude, playing tricks on me. But the instructions kept getting stranger. Follow the path of the creek, the one where the water flows black. He'd whispered, his voice a dry rasp, earlier today. No creeks marked on my maps. And the only water I encountered was in a stagnant pool, reflecting the deadened light of the moon, like a festering eye staring up at me. I had begun to feel the hairs on my arms standing up, the feeling of being watched, judged, evaluated, slowly tightening the grip on my chest. I tried contacting my company, but there was no answer. The line was dead, nothing but static. I tried my CB, and the other drivers were all talking gibberish, as if their words were being replaced with some unnatural language of clicks and hisses. It was like the world had turned upside down, a reality warped by something unseen, unfelt, but clearly there. The latest dispatch instruction was the worst. Enter the clearing where the trees are without leaves, where the bones of the earth lie exposed. I'm a driver, not a poet. I am not a writer. I have no idea what he was talking about. He paused, a silence thick with menace, and added, his voice almost gleeful, "Here you will find what is waiting." The words were a cold blade against my skin. The landscape became increasingly oppressive. The woods on either side of the dirt path thickening, turning into a suffocating wall of darkness, the trees devoid of foliage. Just stark, skeletal fingers scratching at the sky. The bark black and cracked, like the skin of something ancient, something that shouldn't be. I began to smell it, the scent of decay, the heavy aroma of something long gone bad. Like something had died within this wooded hell and stayed there rotting for an eternity. I found the clearing, and my stomach lurched. The earth was indeed exposed. A huge depression, like a gaping maw, rent the ground, lined with bones, not the tidy skeletons you see in a museum, but fragments, jagged and broken, some still bearing shreds of dried flesh. They were too big to be from animals, I thought. I felt a sickness growing in my chest, a mix of horror and nauseating terror. This was not the place a truck was supposed to go. And I found myself asking the question, how did this happen? How did we all get here? A low, guttural chanting began, emanating from the pit, a chorus of whispers that seemed to burrow into my skull, making my head spin. The shadows deepened, coalescing into forms that danced on the periphery of my vision, grotesque shapes that shifted and pulsed in the dim light. My truck, usually a reliable steel beast, felt fragile, like cardboard against the forces gathering in the clearing. The chanting grew louder, the whispers hardening into distinct words. The blood, they hissed. The meat. He requires it. I understood. Dispatch wasn't just sending us down strange paths. He was leading us, luring us, into a trap. This was a place of sacrifice. He was leading us like cattle to the slaughter. The ground began to tremor. The bones in the pit rattled and vibrated. A horrific orchestra conducted by an unseen hand. A massive, shapeless figure began to coalesce from the shadows of the pit. Its form constantly shifting, composed of writhing tendrils of darkness and bone. Its eyes, two burning embers of crimson fire, fixated on my truck. It was enormous, a titan of malevolence, a creature born from the nightmares I didn't think could be real. I slammed my foot on the accelerator, praying the metal beneath me wouldn't falter. The rig roared, its engine screaming its protest against the inhuman. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning in the loose earth, a desperate bid for freedom. The creature let out a howl, an echoing sound of pure, unadulterated rage, and the earth itself seemed to buckle beneath it. The path was barely wide enough. The trees, the skeletal branches scratching at my paint, they tore and scraped, but I did not slow down, I could not stop. The creature surged forward, its massive form blotting out the pale moon. One of its tendrils, sharp as a razor, whipped across my windshield, shattering the glass, sending shards showering over my dash. I could feel its hot breath on my face, the stench of death filling the cab. The chanting reached a crescendo, an ear-splitting roar that vibrated through the bones of my head. I pulled the wheel hard to the left and threw the truck into an impossible turn, sending it up onto two wheels. Somehow, I managed to regain my bearings and keep on the path. I pressed harder on the accelerator, ignoring the sound of twisting metal and the feel of the truck shaking and complaining beneath me. I looked in the rearview mirror and I saw the massive creature behind me, clawing at the air, and I knew that unless I did something now, it would devour me. I pulled hard on my air horn. The loud blast filled the air. The creature paused, recoiling for the smallest moment, and then I hit the brakes. The truck slid to a halt just feet before the drop-off of the pit. I opened my door and jumped out. I pulled the pin on the brake of the truck, and it slid directly into the pit, right into the gaping mouth of the creature. There was a loud, unearthly roar, and then all was silent. I didn't look back. I ran as fast as I could, into the trees, away from that hellish place, never looking back. I could still feel the creature's eyes, the hot breath, the stench, and I knew I would never ever be the same. Story 31. The heat it shimmered off the asphalt, a crazy, undulating beast. I saw him, then, a silhouette, by the cracked shoulder, thumb out, towards the abyss of the western plains. He was neat. That's the word. Not like the usual runaways, all grime and frayed edges. This one, he was crisp, clean jeans, a fresh, white t-shirt. Not a single hair out of place. He had a smile that could sell sunlight on a cloudy day. I pulled over with a sigh, the big rig groaning. "Going west, friend?" I asked, rolling down the window. He nodded, his grin somehow becoming even more radiant, if that were even possible. "Perfect," he replied, his voice like smooth, polished river stones. Just perfect. I don't know why, but that word, the way he said it, sent a little chill dancing down my spine. I shook it off. Just a guy, needing a lift. I'd seen plenty like him. He settled into the passenger seat, the vinyl sighing under his weight. There was a silence, but it wasn't awkward. Just present. He didn't make a sound, didn't touch anything. It was unnerving how still he was. I glanced at him. He was looking out the window, his face an unreadable mask, that unnerving smile gone, as if it were a mask discarded. I started the engine, and then we were rolling. That first day passed without incident. He answered my questions with simple, economical phrases. Yes, no, maybe. I asked him about his life, his plans. Going west was all he'd say. That night, at a truck stop, he ate nothing. Just watched me while I wolfed down a grazy burger. It should have been strange, but I convinced myself that he was just a picky eater. I was wrong. I was so horribly wrong. The next day, I saw it, the change. He was still neat, yes. But there was something different about his hands. I had noticed them briefly the day before. They had been so normal, pale and smooth, like a young boy's. Now, though, the skin, it seemed, stretched. Tighter pulled, almost transparent. I could very clearly see the blue network of veins, writhing beneath the surface. They pulsated, just faintly, like tiny, trapped worms. And his nails, they were elongated, almost needle-sharp, and seemed to be growing, as I watched. In horror, I tried to convince myself it was just the way the light was catching them. I attempted to start a conversation, something, anything to distract myself. I asked him about his family. His response was a chilling chuckle, a dry, rasping sound that did not match his youthful face. "They are all part of me now," he whispered, his eyes gleaming with a light that was not of this world. I pretended to be engrossed in my driving, but inside my heart was a frantic drum. The third day, he was not the same. His skin had taken on a hue of an unnatural pallor. It was almost translucent. The veins were no longer just visible. They bulged under the surface like dark, thick ropes twisting over his flesh. His teeth were different. Pointed, longer, with a strange yellowing cast. They were like a shark's in a young boy's face. His eyes, too. They had lost all their warmth, were cold, dark pools, reflecting nothing. They seemed to bore into me with malevolent intent. I started locking the door when I got in now. That was new. He started to smell. A sweet, cloying scent like decaying lilies, mixed with something metallic, almost like blood. It was sickening, the way it clung in the small cabin. I tried to open the window more often, but it barely helped. That putrid odor lingered like a bad dream. I didn't dare to look directly at him, instead watching him out of the corner of my eye, a silent, terrified vigil. The fourth day, the change was grotesque. He was no longer human. His skin, it was like parchment, stretched tight, over bone and sinew. The veins were now like thick, black wires, coiling across his flesh. His hands had become claws, each nail a wicked spike. His teeth looked like broken shards of yellowed glass, and his eyes were now two empty pits of utter black, devoid of life or light. And there were sounds coming from him now. Soft, wet, gurgling noises, as if something was shifting inside his body. It sounded like the squishing of rotten fruit. I saw something move beneath his skin, a rippling, an undulating movement. It was like the surface of a stagnant pond disturbed by something unseen below. That's when I understood. This wasn't a person riding with me. This was something else, something ancient and terrible. My hands tightened on the wheel. I had to get rid of it. I had to get rid of it now. The truck felt like it was being weighed down by some dark, invisible force. The thing that sat next to me, it turned its head, its skull, creaking and popping like ancient wood. It made a sound that was not quite a word, but it was a promise of absolute terror. That night, I pulled over, feigning sleep. The thing, it just sat there watching. I knew that if I didn't act, I would not see another morning. I reached under my seat for my old wrench, the steel, cold, against my shaking hand. I moved with the speed born out of desperation, but it wasn't fast enough. It reacted with a speed and an unnatural grace, the arm, with the horrible claws shooting out and grabbing my wrist in an iron grip. The claws were digging deep into my flesh, blood starting to trickle down my arm. I looked at the thing that now sat fully in front of me, its vacant, black eyes boring into my very soul. It smiled, that terrible smile, the broken shards of teeth glinting in the weak light. Then it spoke, the voice like 1,000 whispers, all at once, tearing at my eardrums. Perfect. It was the last thing I heard. Then the darkness, the cold absolute darkness, took me, and I was gone. Story 32. The chill seeped into my bones, a damp, clinging cold that no amount of cab heat could ever truly dispel. It wasn't the usual winter bite. This was different. It felt ancient, a primordial cold that resonated with something wrong. The sky, a bruised purple, blood into the horizon, and the skeletal trees, glowed at the light, their branches like the gnarled fingers of a dying beast. I, Thomas, a man of the long haul, had seen my share of strange sights. The quiet, desperate beauty of the night, the glittering, indifferent stars. But this night, this felt different. Ominous. It felt like being watched. I had just crossed into the rural, forgotten parts of Oregon, where the highways shrink into narrow, winding arteries, and civilization itself seems to hold its breath. The truck, a behemoth of steel and chrome, felt smaller, somehow insignificant against the backdrop of the deepening darkness. A strange quiet had settled, not the peaceful quiet of nature, but a heavy, pregnant quiet that pressed against my eardrums. The usual hum of the machine, the wind, the tires' gentle song, all vanished, replaced by this deafening stillness. A silence broken only by the irregular thump of my own heart. I glanced into my side mirror. My own reflection stared back, pale and unnerved, eyes wide with a growing unease. The headlights cut a swath through the black, illuminating the dense woods, the trees like dark, watchful sentinels, and I swear, I glimpsed something in their shadows. A fleeting movement, something large, something hairy. My breath hitched. I adjusted my mirror, expecting to see the forest, but nothing was there. Only the oppressive blackness, the ominous silence. It must be my imagination. The long hours, the caffeine, I told myself this. But deep down, the knot in my stomach tightened further. I reached for my water bottle, my hand shaking slightly, the cap clicking too loudly in the stillness. I drank. The cold, metallic taste did nothing to quell my rising dread. I needed to find a rest stop. A place with other people. The very thought was like a lifeline thrown into a turbulent sea. I knew there was one a few miles up. I pressed on. The miles became an eternity. I could feel a prickling on my skin, as if unseen eyes were boring into me. The hairs on my arms stood on end. I could hear faint rustling in the undergrowth. Not the usual scurrying of woodland creatures. This was heavier, purposeful. Then I saw it. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, a distortion in the veil of night. But as the distance closed, it became all too horrifyingly real. In the middle of the road stood a hulking figure, a beast of nightmare, not of this world. It was bipedal, like a man, but impossibly large, its body covered in coarse, matted fur, its arms grotesquely long, ending in enormous, clawed hands. Its head was like a wolf's, elongated, with a snout that dripped with some dark fluid, its eyes burning with an unholy, amber glow. It stood there, its immense form blocking my path, its chest heaving, low growls rumbling deep in its throat. This was not an animal. This was something else, something wrong. My heart pounded like a trapped bird against my ribs, each beat echoing in the suffocating silence. I swerved hard, trying to avoid the colossal thing, the semi-careening wildly on the narrow asphalt, the wheels screaming a protest. The beast didn't flinch. My eyes were glued to the mirror, my mind racing, my blood turning to ice. In the brief seconds I had, I saw, or thought I saw, something else, moving in the periphery. Another figure, this one smaller, more agile, with a powerful, muscular build. But its movements were jerky, almost ape-like, its body a dark, indistinct mass. This thing was moving between the trees. And unlike the enormous beast blocking the path, this one watched me. Its eyes, small and beady, possessed a different kind of hunger. A cruel, calculating intelligence that made my stomach churn. Both of these figures, these creatures, radiated a raw, palpable malice, a malevolence that soaked into the very air. The truck skidded, the tires kicking up gravel, the whole machine bucking like a tormented animal. I regained control. Just barely. I floored the gas pedal, desperation fueling my movements, the engine roaring in defiance of the silence. The monster in the road didn't even try to pursue. It watched, that chilling amber gaze following me as I struggled to control the truck. But the other figure, the smaller one, it had crossed the road, moving with a speed that defied its size. It was gaining on me, faster than anything I had ever seen. It moved in a bizarre loping motion, its hands brushing the ground, but its eyes never leaving me. I could hear its panting, a guttural rasp that cut through the sound of the truck. The other beast had turned and started to walk into the trees. And that was the most chilling thing of all. I glanced in the side mirror. The smaller creature, now, was closer than ever. I could see its features. Its short, coarse fur, the prominent brow ridge, the jutting jaw, the bared teeth. Its breath, coming in hot gasps, was clouding the mirror. Its eyes, they were wide and manic, filled with an unfathomable rage. Its hand slammed into the side of the truck, the metal creaking, the entire vehicle shuddering. I screamed. I slammed on the gas, the tires spinning, spitting gravel and dirt into the air. The creature clung on for a moment, its claws tearing at the metal. Then it was gone. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Not for a second. I just kept driving. Faster, faster. Trying to outrun the nightmare, the primal terror, the fear that had taken root in my soul. I drove until the first rays of the sun pierced the horizon. Until the trees started to look like normal trees, and not the limbs of some forgotten horror, until I could see a building in the distance. It was a gas station. The sight of it brought a wave of relief, so strong I almost wept. I parked, the truck coming to a halt, a final shuddering sigh of exhaustion. I sat there, in the seat. my hands trembling. My mind, a chaotic storm of fear. I had made it. I was safe. For now. But in my heart, I knew I would never truly be safe again. The woods watched. They always watched. And the things that walked within them. They still hunted in the black, the silence. And I had seen them. I had looked into the eyes of the beast, of the thing. And now, the memory of it was forever etched onto the landscape of my soul. They knew who I was. They knew I had seen them. And this was only the beginning. Story 33. The biting wind, a raspy thing, slapped against the cab, rattling the mirrors like loose teeth in a skull. This stretch of highway, they called, the howling road, and for good reason. It wasn't the wind, though. Not entirely. It started subtle, like a low moan from the distance, a sorrowful lament echoing from the skeletal trees that lined the asphalt. At first, I chalked it up to fatigue, the endless miles playing tricks on my ears. I popped another of those little, chalky, stay-awake pills, the kind that tasted like battery acid and despair, and pushed onward. The second time, it wasn't so subtle. It was a howl. Drawn out and guttural, like something tortured and twisted was calling out from the darkness beyond the meager reach of my headlights. It sent a shiver crawling down my spine, a cold, unwelcome visitor that dug its claws in deep. My hand gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles a collection of little white stones. The air grew thick with an acrid scent, like wet fur and something rotten, a smell that settled heavy in my nostrils and made my stomach churn with a nauseating apprehension. I glanced at the clock on the dash. The numbers a cruel reminder of the isolation. 3.7 am. The dead hour, they called it, when the veil thinned, and the things that hid in the shadows came out to play. I tried to shake off the growing dread, focusing on the rhythm of the tires, on the painted lines that stretched out ahead, like a pale guide through this forsaken place. But the howls grew in intensity, closer now, less distant echo and more, a beast right on my tail. It was a chorus of pain and hunger, each note a sharp, serrated edge. I sped up, the truck groaning in protest, its engine a weak and trembling voice compared to the cacophony that surrounded it. The trees seemed to watch, their bare branches like skeletal fingers reaching out to ensnare me. I was a moth, drawn to a malevolent flame, trapped in the gauntlet of the howling road. Then I saw it. On the shoulder, just beyond the headlight's spill, a dark shape, larger than any dog, its form, indistinct but undeniably present. It was hunched over, its fur a tangled mass, and its eyes two pools of burning amber that reflected the truck's light with unnatural ferocity. The howls came from it, no longer from the distance, but directly from that shape. It lifted its head, the sound a chilling roar that made my blood run cold. It began to pace, the ground beneath it seeming to shudder with each heavy footfall. Panic flared, hot and blinding. I slammed the accelerator to the floor, the truck bucking and straining to flee from that horrifying entity. It was pointless, I knew. The beast didn't need to run. It was already ahead of me, its presence a suffocating blanket. The shadows grew deeper and more menacing, seeming to squirm and twist with an awareness of their own. I saw the flicker, then in the rear-view mirror, a glimpse of it, chasing, keeping pace, with impossible speed. The animal's form, now clearer, massive, shoulders rippling with muscle, long claws digging into the asphalt as it ran. It was a nightmare made flesh, a creature of myth and terror, pursuing me with single-minded intent. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, the metallic taste of fear coated my tongue. The howls morphed into snarls, deep, rasping sounds of a predator, savoring the chase, relishing the terror that it was inflicting upon me. My mind was racing, a kaleidoscope of fragmented thoughts and visions of teeth and claws and unending darkness. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my fingers burned. I could feel it, my heart thudding in my chest like a trapped bird, trying to break free. The creature leapt, appearing now in front of the truck, its eyes burning like embers, a challenge, an invitation to meet my fate. It was standing tall, a towering behemoth, filling my entire windshield, its snarling jaws dripping with a black, viscous fluid. Its long, canine snout wrinkled in a display of feral rage. It smashed a claw into the headlight, the glass exploding in a shower of shards, leaving me blinded in the darkness, the one that was all-consuming. I swerved, the truck veering violently off the road into the ditch, the impact jarring every bone in my body. The world became a cacophony of grinding metal and shattering glass. I lay there, trapped behind the steering wheel, the smell of gasoline heavy in the air, as the creature was now on the hood of the truck, its weight pressing the metal down on me with the fury of a vengeful god. It peered down at me, its breath a hot, full wind on my face, and its eyes glowed with a primal, predatory glee. I braced myself for the inevitable, the gnawing teeth and the agonizing claws. I closed my eyes, accepting it, the darkness that was about to engulf me, when I heard it. The snarl turned to a cry. The creature lurched, and then there was silence, except for the sound of my own ragged breathing and a soft weeping, which I think was my own. I opened my eyes, cautiously. The thing was gone. Vanished. The air hung heavy and still. The only sign it had been there was the broken metal, the shattered glass, and the lingering, icy fear that clung to my very soul. The howling road had claimed its prize, but somehow not this time, not me. Not entirely. The cold in my chest was going to take a very long time to leave. Story 34. The morning air. It hung heavy, stagnant, like a damp shroud. I cracked the window, expecting a rush of cool mountain breeze. Instead, I was met with a smell. A thick, musky odor that clawed at the back of my throat. It smelled like wet fur and something else. Something raw and primal. I rubbed the sleep from my eyes and peered out at the world. It was still dark, pre-dawn, that hazy time, where shadows seemed to have a life of their own. I sat up, stretching my stiff neck, and glanced at the side mirror, expecting my usual reflection, a wary face staring back, but instead, I saw something else, something wrong. The chrome on my beast, my 18-wheeler, was not gleaming, it was scarred. Deep, gouged lines, like a giant had dragged its fingernails across the steel. I blinked, thinking I was still dreaming, still lost in the fog of sleep. But the damage, it was real. I scrambled out of the cab, my boots crunching on the gravel, a harsh sound in the unnatural quiet. I circled the truck, slowly, hesitantly, like a man approaching a caged beast. The marks, they were everywhere. The side panels, the fuel tanks, the chrome bumpers, all scored, ripped, as if some enormous animal had decided to sharpen its claws on my rig. My mind raced. Vandalism. A prank. I scanned the tree line. A wall of dark pines looming against the pale sky. I saw nothing, not even a deer, just the rustle of leaves whispering secrets in the faint breeze. But the sheer power it would take to create these markings, I could feel my blood turning cold. A primal fear was coiling in my stomach, tightening its grip. I noticed something else, something small but significant. A tuft of coarse, black hair stuck to one of the gouges, clinging to the jagged metal. I reached out and touched it. It felt thick, wary, and strangely grazy under my fingertips. Not deer hair, no, not bear fur either. This was something else entirely. I tried to tell myself it was nothing, some odd anomaly, a freak occurrence. But the rational part of my mind, the part that had kept me sane on countless long hauls across empty highways, that part was screaming in terror, screaming about something ancient, something that shouldn't exist. I climbed back into the cab, slammed the door shut, and locked it. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely get the key into the ignition. The smell, that musky scent, it was stronger now. It had seeped into the cabin, wrapping around me like a suffocating blanket. I started the engine, hoping, just hoping that the familiar rumble of the diesel would chase away the unease. The dread. I eased the truck into gear and pulled out onto the road, glancing into the mirrors every few seconds. Waiting for. I don't know what, waiting for the shadows to shift. Waiting for something to show itself. The road was a narrow ribbon winding its way through the dense forest, the trees casting long, eerie shadows. The early morning light did nothing to dispel the feeling that I was being watched. The next few hours passed in a blur of growing anxiety. Each turn in the road felt like a tightening noose. Every rustle of leaves sent shivers down my spine. I kept looking and looking in the mirrors, expecting to see that thing, standing there, its eyes glowing in the darkness. Then, as the sun started to rise, casting long, golden rays across the landscape, I noticed it in the distance. A break in the trees, a small dirt pull-off. It was a good place to take a break, maybe try to clear my head. I eased the truck off the road and parked in the clearing. I told myself, I just stretch my legs, look around, maybe try to find cell service. But as I climbed down from the cab, I saw more of them, more markings, on the trees around the clearing. They were deeper, more violent than the ones on my truck. The bark was shredded, the wood was splintered. It looked like some savage had been tearing at the trees in a fit of rage, or marking its territory. I felt a cold prickle of fear spread across my skin. The smell, it was overpowering here. It filled my nostrils, my lungs, and my very soul, and then I saw it. It stood at the edge of the tree line, a massive shape, silhouetted against the rising sun. It was tall, so tall it made the trees seem like saplings, covered in thick, dark fur that shimmered in the light like a moving shadow. Its arms were long, hanging down past its knees, and its hands were huge, tipped with claws that could tear flesh from bone. It didn't move, it just stood there, staring at me. Its eyes were dark, like empty voids, filled with an ancient and unknowable intelligence. I could feel them, burning through me, stripping away all my defenses, leaving me exposed and vulnerable. It didn't make a sound, just its heavy breathing. Like wind, moving through a canyon. It was disturbing. I tried to speak, but no words would come. My throat was tight, my voice trapped inside my chest. I wanted to run, but my legs felt heavy, rooted to the ground. I was paralyzed, frozen in place by terror. Then it moved, slowly, deliberately. It took a step out of the shadows into the light, and that's when I saw the full extent of its power. The sheer mass of it. The creature took another step, and another. Each movement was like the shifting of mountains. It was not animal, as not man. It was something else. It was marking a territory, and I was in it. I turned, stumbling back to my truck, fumbling with the handle, trying to get the door open. But it was too late. The thing, it was right behind me. I felt a hot breath on the back of my neck, a smell that was now sickening, filling me up. I screamed, and then everything went dark. Story the call, can't fight. A frantic dispatcher's voice crackling through the speaker. Rig 42. We've got a problem, a big one. Your load, the meat, go not stolen. More like moved. Get to the drop site immediately. My heart pounded. This wasn't some petty theft. This was wrong. I slammed the gear shift, the truck roaring to life, the exhaust bellowing like a wounded beast. The night was a heavy shroud, the moon a sickly yellow eye peering through the dense cloud cover. I had hauled plenty of strange things, but never this. Not a trailer full of prime cuts vanishing into thin air. The drop site, a forgotten clearing deep within the woods, was an oppressive place. The trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches gnarled like skeletal fingers reaching towards me. The ground, usually covered in pine needles, was churned, ripped apart. And the scent. Oh God, the scent. A cloying sweetness mingled with the metallic tang of blood, a perfume only death could conjure. The trailer, still coupled, was angled awkwardly, as if it had been shoved aside like a child's toy. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight, the beam slicing through the inky blackness. I expected to find broken locks, signs of forced entry. Nothing. The trailer doors were still sealed. Yet the cargo area, I saw as I swung open the metal door, was empty, bare. The air was thick and heavy and felt like a physical weight upon my chest. I took another step into the trailer. The floor of the trailer was wet, glistening in the beam of my light. It wasn't water. It was darker. Viscous. I poked my finger into the sticky substance, recoiled and wiped it on my jeans. I could smell it even with my hand buried in my pocket. I could feel its thick consistency even now. It was meat. Raw, thick, bloody meat. Outside. I circled the trailer, the beam of light dancing across the disturbed earth. Then I saw them. The tracks, huge, like nothing I had ever witnessed. Massive imprints in the mud, each footprint as big as my torso. And each print had 5 distinct, separated, almost human-like fingers, but the overall shape was unmistakably a bear. But no bear could have digits like that. They led away from the trailer, deeper into the suffocating woods. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. It was cold, despite the summer air, and I began to shake. My flashlight beam trembled as I followed, my boots sinking into the soft earth, the scent of blood becoming stronger, more overwhelming. The forest closed in around me, the darkness becoming deeper. The trees like silent, watchful guardians. The tracks were everywhere now, crossing over downed logs, trampling bushes, tearing up the forest floor. This wasn't the work of any animal I'd ever heard about. This was something else, something ancient, something wrong. The trees seemed to watch me. Their shadows became distorted, like faces, leering. I jumped at every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves. This forest was not empty. It was breathing. I could feel the eyes upon me, feel a presence lurking just out of sight. I kept moving, the beam of my flashlight trembling like a scared rabbit. The tracks led me to a clearing. And then I saw it. I felt the blood drain from my face. A mound of carcasses lay piled like cordwood. Not just beef. Hogs, chicken, even deer carcasses. They were ripped apart, bones shattered, insides dragged out. The scent was overpowering, a nauseating stench of death. In the center of this gruesome monument lay a massive, bloody handprint, a mirror of those strange tracks, but this time pressed into the mud. The 5 fingerprints were large, grotesque, almost swollen. My mind was reeling, struggling to comprehend. What could possibly create such carnage? I tried to breathe, but the air felt like sludge in my lungs. And then, I heard it. A low guttural growl echoing through the trees. A sound that made my bones vibrate. I spun around, frantically swinging my flashlight. The light caught on something massive in the woods. It was there, only just there, in the darkness. Huge and black. The shape was amorphous, like a living shadow that moved through the woods, bending trees and cracking trunks as it walked. And then I saw the eyes. 2 burning pinpricks of red in the darkness. It was more than any bear I had ever seen. This was something bigger, something with purpose, something with terrible, terrible hunger. Panic seized me, cold and brutal. I stumbled backward, tripping over a gnarled root, scrambling to my feet. The growl intensified. I could feel its breath, thick and hot, on the back of my neck. I knew what it wanted. It had moved my meat. It had left those prints. It was the owner of this place, and I had trespassed. And now, it was going to collect its due. I turned and ran. I didn't look back. I didn't dare to. But the sounds followed me, the crashing, the snapping of branches, the awful, wet thud of something huge and hungry moving through the woods, getting closer, closing the distance between us. I could smell it again, that cloying, sweet smell, the scent of spoiled meat, mixed with something more, something putrid, something that was not of this earth. It was on me now. Its shadow fell over me. I could feel its hot breath on my neck. Then I felt it. A heavy, massive hand grasped my shoulder. It was rough, calloused, and impossibly strong. I screamed, a raw, desperate sound lost in the darkness. It pulled me toward the shadow, into the darkness. I saw it, only for a moment. A pair of red eyes burning like embers in the night. Then, everything went black. The smell of meat was overwhelming, and I felt myself being dragged deeper into the night. I knew deep down this was the end. The forest had claimed me, and it would never let me go. Story 36. The night was a suffocating blanket, thick and black, pressing down on my rig like a physical weight. My knuckles, bone white, gripped the steering wheel, the leather cold and slick beneath my touch. I'd been hauling timber through these northern woods for what felt like an eternity, the monotony a dull throb against my skull. Usually, I relished the quiet, the solitude of the long haul. Tonight, though, the silence was a tangible thing, heavy, pregnant, with something I couldn't quite name. It began subtly, a flicker at the periphery, a sensation like being observed. I dismissed it at first, chalking it up to fatigue, the ever-present demon of the long-distance driver. But it persisted, a presence, a weight, in the vast darkness just beyond the reach of my headlights. Then I saw them. 2 eyes, large, impossibly large, burning with an internal, unholy light. They were positioned at the tree line, dark and still, like twin embers glowing in a blackened forge. They didn't move, didn't blink, just stared, fixing their incandescent gaze on me, unflinching and predatory. The color was not natural. It wasn't a reflection, not the glint of an animal caught in my beams. It was something else entirely. A luminous yellow, so bright, it felt like they could pierce through my skull, burrow into my mind. I swallowed a dry, painful rasp in my throat. My breath hitched, catching in my chest. It felt like the air itself was thickening, heavy, almost viscous. I glanced at my mirrors. Nothing. The forest, just a shadowy, impenetrable mass of trees. And yet, the eyes remained. They were there in the dark beyond the headlights, unmoving and intense. They were there, and now. I could feel their weight. I told myself I was seeing things, that I was overtired, that I should take a rest. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. A perverse curiosity, a dreadful fascination, kept my foot pressed to the pedal. I drove, but not for my destination. I drove to not break contact with the awful glowing lights. Each mile marker that I passed felt like a countdown, a step closer to some unknown precipice. The eyes watched me, always, their luminosity burning holes in the suffocating blackness of the night, watching me, as if waiting. The trees, once silent sentinels, now felt like they were leaning in, their branches like skeletal fingers, reaching, grasping. I peered into the woods, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I saw nothing, only darkness, and the 2 infernal eyes, watching from some unseen depth. I tried to tell myself that it was an animal, a deer, maybe an owl, but the sheer size, the intensity, and the way they burned, dispelled the thought as quickly as it formed. These were not the eyes of any creature I knew. These were something else. Something ancient. Something malevolent. It felt like the eyes were feeding, drinking my fear and feeding it back to me in an endless loop. I started to sweat, a cold, clammy film clinging to my skin. The cab of my rig, once a familiar space, now felt like a coffin. My heart pounded, and I could feel the frantic drumming in my temples. I gripped the steering wheel, tighter, my vision blurring at the edges. I felt trapped in this terrifying slow-motion chase. I could change route. I could stop. I could call for help. But I couldn't. I was a rat in a maze, and the eyes were the keeper. Then the sounds started. Low, guttural growls that vibrated through the metal of my cab. The low rumble reached into me, shaking my bones, rattling my very being. It was coming from the tree line, coming from where the eyes observed me with their unholy stare. It was a sound I had never heard before, a primeval roar that spoke of things that should not be. The eyes began to move, slowly, deliberately. They rose higher above the tree line. I could see the top branches of the trees shaking, as if something enormous was dragging itself up to reveal itself to me. They were pulling up from the edge of the woods. They began to drift closer to the road. I saw a dark, gigantic form rising above the trees. It was enormous, a hulking silhouette. Against the backdrop of the starlit sky, it was like a mountain made of shadows. The eyes were just the beginning. The real horror was here, now, in the woods, coming towards me. The glowing yellow orbs were mounted within a dark shape that was difficult to see. They seemed to grow brighter, burning into me as the shape moved closer and closer. Its size was impossible. It was beyond anything natural. The growling was now a deafening roar, filling my ears, shaking my teeth. My vision tunneled. My world was now those eyes, and the monstrous shape that held them. It moved with a jerky, unnatural movement, its limbs too long, its form too twisted to be of this world. It stepped out of the trees, the eyes now impossibly close, only meters from my rig. And the shape revealed itself in its totality, a towering mass of shadow and bone. Its body was like twisted tree trunks and dark, dripping sinew. Its skin was like the bark of an ancient tree, knotted and scarred, with the two radiant, glowing eyes embedded deep within its horrendous face. It reeked of decay and something ancient, something cold, something alien. I could feel its hate, the raw, visceral malice pouring out like a putrid river, crashing over me. It reached out, a huge, gnarled hand, its fingers like broken branches, towards my cab. My breath hitched in my throat, and I closed my eyes, bracing myself for the end, waiting for the impact, waiting for my demise. I waited and waited, but it did not come. When I opened them, the shape was gone. The glowing eyes, extinguished, as if they were never there. I was in the blackness. The growling was gone, the suffocating darkness was replaced by a new silence. The trees just stood silent. Nothing moved. I sat there trembling for a long time. Unable to move, unsure what I had just seen, unsure of what was coming. The world felt new, but now I was scared of it, and what lived just outside of the light. The weight of the eyes, however, remained. Buried deep in my mind, watching, waiting. Story 37, the vast inky blackness of the plains pressed in, heavy, like a damp shroud. My rig, a steel behemoth, hummed a monotonous tune. A counterpoint to the oppressive silence and the low, rumbling growl that started somewhere beyond the reach of my headlights. It was a sound I initially attributed to a stray dog, or perhaps a brush wolf. Something small, insignificant. But the growl, it grew, it gained weight, a deeper resonance that sent a shiver prickling my skin like frostbite in early fall. I peered into the side mirrors, hoping to catch the source of the noise. My eyes, straining against the darkness, only registered the endless flatlands and the swirling mists that seemed to hug the ground. A canvas of the night, painted in shades of gray and black and fear. Then I saw them. At first, they appeared as fleeting shadows. The periphery, a place where the mind can play tricks. But there they were again, at the very edge of what my vision could grab. Darker shapes against the darkness, too large to be brush wolves, too upright to be dogs. The movement wasn't fluid like an animal, rather it was jerky, stilted and strangely human, but not human at all. The growls, they changed, too. They became more guttural, less animalistic, with a strange, wet quality, like someone gargling gravel in the depth of some nightmare. A chorus of the damned. My heart, a frantic bird, hammered against my ribs. A rapid tattoo urging me to accelerate, to escape, to outrun the chilling realization that was unfurling in my mind. I slammed the pedal down, hard. The truck roared in protest, kicking up dust. The landscape began to blur as I accelerated, but the shapes, they kept pace. They remained just outside the glare of my lights, dancing at the edge of the world, always there watching. Their size, they continued to grow in my perception. They were massive, towering beasts. Covered in coarse, dark fur, their forms, almost like men, but twisted, warped, and elongated. Their limbs too long, their shoulders too broad, their heads too large and strangely elongated, like some kind of grotesque gargoyle. I switched my high beams on, a desperate attempt to push back the encroaching darkness. and, for a moment, the light caught one of them fully, and I saw its face. It was like a skull, but covered in taut, leathery skin. Its eyes were black, bottomless pits, reflecting no light, and the teeth, elongated and sharp, protruded from a jaw that was far too wide. A horrifying rictus that seemed to promise pain and destruction. They began to circle the truck now, not running but loping. A silent, predatory movement. Like wolves, they were closing in. But these were not wolves. These were something else entirely. Something ancient and malevolent. Something that should have remained buried deep within the soil, untouched and forgotten. The air, it grew thick with a foul odor, something akin to rotting meat, and wet earth. An unbearable stench that clawed at my nostrils and made my stomach heave. Panic seized me. A cold, clammy fist that squeezed the air from my lungs. My hands, clammy on the wheel. I tried to change the radio station, seeking some kind of comfort. Some human voice that could drown out the chanting growls that surrounded me. But all I got was static. A crackling chorus, like the voices of ghosts. The world felt off-kilter, skewed, like a nightmare, where the rules no longer apply. I hit the brakes, pulling hard onto the gravel shoulder of the road. An act of foolish desperation. The truck shuddered to a halt. I sat there, frozen in fear, knowing that running would do no good. Trapped like a fly in a spider's web. The beasts. They closed the circle. The headlights no longer seemed to have any effect. They appeared to pass straight through their forms. They began to crowd closer, pressing their huge, dark shapes against the truck. The metal creaked and groaned under their weight. One of them reached out. A huge, clawed hand with fingers like gnarled branches raked across the window. The glass screeched in protest. A long, jagged line that seemed to mirror the growing crack in my psyche. I screamed, a primal, guttural sound that was immediately lost in the chorus of their growls. They began to shake the truck. Violent, desperate movements, pushing the metal side to side. I gripped the steering wheel, praying, crying, screaming, but none of it mattered. The truck was no match for their raw strength. The cab tilted precariously, and then, with a final, jarring heave, it flipped. I tumbled in slow motion, everything a blur of metal and glass and distorted shapes. I landed, hard, the air driven from my lungs, the taste of iron in my mouth. The world spun and righted itself in slow motion. The windshield had shattered, creating a gaping hole. Through it, I could see them. The creatures were upon me, their black, pitiless eyes fixed on my writhing form. Their breath hot and rancid on my face. A chorus of growls, and clicks and hisses that seemed to wrap around me like a suffocating blanket. One of them reached down, its claws extended, sharp, and shining like black obsidian. It grabbed me. It hoisted me into the air like I was a rag doll. I could feel its grip, tight, crushing. The pain was intense, a white-hot agony that burned through my flesh. I looked up, into the face of the creature. Its maw opened wide, revealing rows and rows of serrated teeth. A black abyss, promising oblivion. And then, with a final, silent scream, I was drawn into the darkness. A darkness that was neither warm nor cold. Only vast and empty and unending. Story 38. The chill, it was a living thing. It seeped from the cracked vinyl of my seat, crawled up my spine, and settled. A cold, wet hand, right at the base of my skull. I hated this stretch of highway, the one that snaked its way through the forgotten corners of the Appalachians. Even in the dead heat of August, here, the air always tasted like grave dust and regret. Tonight, it was worse. The usual hum of the truck felt wrong, like the vibrations were syncing with some other, deeper rhythm, one I wasn't meant to hear. The forest pressed in, a black, writhing mass on either side, their skeletal branches clawing at the sky. The moon, a malevolent eye, watched from above. It was a pale, sickly thing, and it made the shadows seem to breathe. I glanced at the clock too. Another hour, maybe two, and I'd be at the drop. Just hold on, I told myself. My own voice a dry, cracking whisper in the suffocating silence. The dashboard lights, they flickered. Not a technical fault. No, it was more like they were hesitating, fighting against something unseen. The air, suddenly thick and cloying, like stale perfume. A sweet, sickening scent clung to the cab. I'd smell it again later and I will never forget it. I didn't want to. Then, I saw it. On the road ahead. Just beyond the reach of the headlights, a figure stood. Not a person, not really. It was too tall, too thin. Its limbs were elongated and crooked like broken branches. It swayed, in some horrible imitation of human movement. Its head was just a dark oval, no features, no face, just an empty void that drank the light around it. I slammed on the brakes. Tires screeched, and then the truck, it shuddered to a halt. My heart, it was trying to escape. I stared, transfixed. The figure, it didn't move, didn't react to the sound. It just stood there, a silent, horrific sentinel. I put the truck in reverse. I just had to get out of there, but the truck, it wouldn't move, not an inch. No matter how much I gunned the engine, the tires spun, uselessly, against the asphalt, trapped. I looked back at the figure. It was closer now, much closer. It had slid silently forward, as if dragged by an invisible hand. I could make out details I hadn't seen before. The skin, if you could call it that, was a mottled gray, slick and glistening. It reminded me of wet clay. And the hands. The hands were long, skeletal, tipped with sharp black claws. They trembled, slightly, as if eager for something. I fumbled for my phone. Nothing. No signal, of course. The battery was draining quickly, as if something was sucking it dry. Panic closed up my throat. I tried the door, it was locked. Or jammed, like a vise. Then I saw them, out in the forest. More figures. Not just one, dozens. Maybe hundreds, it was hard to tell. They shifted and swayed amongst the trees, like they were a part of the shadows. All the same shape, the same terrible, faceless shape. And now I could hear them, too. A low, guttural moan that vibrated in my bones, deep and resonant. Like the earth itself was groaning in agony. The figure on the road, it reached out with one of its long, wretched hands. And I saw it then. A small, almost imperceptible flicker of something within the inky black of its face. Not eyes, no. Something else. A swirling vortex of absolute nothingness. A hole in reality itself. The hand pressed against the window, leaving a sticky, black residue. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. Just this dry, pathetic gasp of air. The moaning grew louder. The forest, it seemed to move. The trees, twisting and writhing, toward me. It was as if they were a living thing. And they were hungry. The figure, it pressed its face right up against the window. The black void of its head filled my vision. I could feel it, looking into me. Not at me, but into me, it was pulling. It was trying to take something. And I felt it. It was going for my soul. The truck, it was shaking now. Violently. As if something was trying to rip it apart. The dashboard lights, they went out completely, plunging me into the deepest black I had ever experienced. But I could still see. Not with my eyes, no, but somehow within my own mind. I could see the figures all around the truck, pressing in, their black hands reaching, grasping. The glass, it shattered. A shower of fragments sprayed inwards. And then they were there, inside the truck, all at once. Crawling, writhing, suffocating. I thrashed. I fought, kicked, but their grip, it was too strong. 1,000 cold, wet hands pulling me, tearing me. I felt their claws, digging into my skin, my muscles. The void in front, it was getting closer. It was pulling with all its might. The sweet, sick scent, it was overwhelming. I screamed, finally, a broken, desperate sound that was lost in the cacophony of moans and the crackling of shattering glass. I felt myself being dragged, through the shattered window, into the dark. The last thing I saw, as everything faded to black, was the black void and the swirling vortex it contained. It was open, and it was waiting. And I knew there was no escape. It had me. It had finally got me. My final moments of life was a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurks in the shadows, a horror that will never truly leave me. Story 39. The rhythmic thump of my rig's tires. It was the only constant. The endless ribbon of asphalt. It unspooled before me under a bruised purple sky. I'd been hauling industrial solvents, a shipment for some forgotten factory in the middle of nowhere. Usually, the loneliness of the long haul doesn't bother me. It's a quiet I've come to cherish. But tonight, something felt off. It started subtly, a whisper of a conversation I couldn't quite place. It was in the cab with me, yet it wasn't my voice. I heard fragments. He's not going to like this. Not one bit, Should we really? What if he sees us? The words, they were laced with a tremor of fear, a palpable dread. I dismissed it at first, chalked it up to late-night fatigue. The brain playing tricks with the silence. But then, the echoes grew, more distinct. It was as if those disembodied voices, they were replaying past conversations, arguments maybe, in my own voice. Words I hadn't spoken, scenarios I never experienced, unfolding around me in this strange, spectral mimicry. I glanced in the mirror. The familiar chrome grille of my rig, it seemed to waver. Its reflection doubling, triplets appearing, the metal bending and reforming in sickening ways. The surrounding landscape, it started to follow suit. The scrubby trees alongside the highway. They multiplied, forming a dense, impenetrable thicket. Then they would vanish, only to snap back into existence, slightly askew, a different shade of sickly green, and the ground below. It seemed to shimmer, a heat haze you could feel in the pit of your stomach. The truck stop I pulled into, just before the world started glitching the memory. It was almost too clear. The stale coffee, its bitter scent still clinging in my nostrils. The cashier, her bored expression, it became something monstrous. Her smile stretched too wide, revealing rows of jagged, pointed teeth. It's like I'd walked into a warped painting of myself. Now, every truck stop I pass is the same truck stop, every cashier, that grinning hag. I tried to get a handle on it. I tried to use the GPS, tried to dial for help, but the screen, it showed a jumbled mess of numbers and symbols, a language not of this earth. My cell phone was the same. Every signal I got, it was a distorted recording of my own voice, speaking those terrifying fragmented lines. My hands, when I looked at them, they weren't mine, too aged, too wrinkled. Veins like writhing purple worms under thin skin. I pressed harder on the accelerator, hoping to outrun this nightmare that was devouring my reality. The speedometer needle spun uncontrollably, the world blurring into streaks of sickening color. The road, it was no longer a road. It's like I was trapped inside a broken, looping film reel, my life playing, replaying, fragmenting and distorting each time it ran. The highway signs, they became nonsensical, symbols of madness carved into the metal. The surrounding woods, they began to pulsate with a dull inner light, the trees looking like they had eyes watching me, assessing me. The echoes, they intensified, the phantom conversations, they grew louder, more aggressive. They were all around me now. You shouldn't have seen. You know too much. Make him stop. Make it stop. The voices twisted, becoming guttural, demonic. They were no longer echoes, but active participants. An invisible presence in my cab. Then I saw it. It was up ahead on the horizon, a tear in the fabric of the world. It was a shimmering, pulsing rent, like the sky itself. It had been ripped open. I could see something beyond, a landscape of swirling chaos, of twisting structures that defied logic. The truck, it was no longer under my control. I tried to turn the wheel, to steer away from this horrible vision, but it was like I was being pulled in. The rig, it was drawn toward that gaping maw, its metal frame groaning under an unseen force. The voices, they were screaming now all around within me, outside me, consuming me. This is how it ends. He knows. He always knows. Run. You have to run. The world twisted. The trees, they bent inward, like they were trying to close the tear, and I was right in the middle of it. The cab vibrated so hard, It felt like my teeth were going to come loose. The dashboard cracked like thin ice. The truck lurched forward, hurtling into that tier in reality. It wasn't a smooth transition. It was like I was being pulled through a meat grinder. The inside of my rig seemed to melt, the seat becoming liquid, the metal oozing like lava, and the sounds. They were a cacophony of screams and static, as if every living thing that had ever existed was dying at once. I felt myself dissolving, my consciousness. It was breaking apart into tiny pieces, each piece a fragment of a conversation, a warped memory, a sliver of fear. The last thing I saw, before I completely vanished, was the eyes. They were everywhere, peering out from the depths of that chaotic other world. The eyes of the trees, the eyes of the signs, the eyes of the road itself. They were all staring at me. They were all me, all fragments of myself, trapped in this eternal, echoing route. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, this wasn't the end. It was just another loop. Story 40. The smell of stale coffee clung to the cab, a familiar comfort turned sour. My knuckles, white as bone, gripped the steering wheel. The sun, a malevolent eye in the bruised purple sky, cast long skeletal shadows that danced and squirmed along the asphalt. This run, the I-70 East, was usually a mindless exercise, a metronome of pavement and monotony, but not tonight. Tonight, the highway was breathing, and it was not breathing easily. I'd been hauling industrial solvents, a cargo as volatile as my own nerves felt, for maybe 4 hours, maybe 5. Time had become a thick syrup, slow and suffocating. The landscape, typically a tapestry of rolling hills, and the occasional gas station, had warped. Familiar exit signs, beacons of civilization, had vanished, replaced by crude, hand-painted symbols that seemed to shift under my gaze like things caught in a fever dream. A junction I knew, a simple right turn towards a small town, had become a gaping maw of twisted concrete. Instead of turning, it continued straight, the familiar strip of blacktop stretching into an inky blackness, like a tunnel carved from the flesh of night. The line I had chosen to continue straight, a bad choice, very bad at the time. It felt like the only one. I pushed onward, sweat slicking my back. The usual hum of the tires became a low, guttural moan, the wind a series of desperate whispers. The highway began to curl in on itself. A curve appeared, then another, each one tighter than the last, as if the asphalt was a serpent constricting around my steel coffin. The painted lines, normally so precise, became chaotic scribbles, like a child's drawing of insanity. I glanced in the mirrors, and my breath hitched. The trailer, massive and metallic, seemed to ripple, its form twisting like a reflection in disturbed water. It felt alive, sentient, a grotesque extension of the road's madness. I fought to maintain control, my teeth grinding together, the muscles in my jaw screaming. I was a rat in a maze, a cosmic joke being played on my soul. The forest, which should have been a distant, dark silhouette, had become a menacing wall, the trees tall and skeletal, their branches like clawing fingers reaching for me. Shadows moved where no shadows should be. There were shapes out there, forms too fleeting to register but undeniably present, like things that only existed in the corner of my eye. I tried the CB. The static, a white noise scream in my ears, no one answering my pleas. Not even the garbled gibberish that usually comes out of it, nothing. The usual chatter of other drivers was replaced by a dreadful silence, a vacuum of communication. I was utterly alone. The feeling of isolation, a cold, clammy hand around my heart. The road itself, its surface, felt spongy, yielding beneath the weight of the rig. The asphalt seemed to breathe, to squirm, like a living thing. Then came the looping, the most terrible of all. I would swear, I have just been here. I'd round a bend, only to find myself on a stretch of road I had passed not minutes before. The same broken beer bottle glittered on the shoulder. The same mangled tire casing, its steel wire snaking out, lay discarded like a discarded thing. I was trapped in a hellish cycle, the road a biased strip of torment. Each repeat of the scenery became more grotesque, more distorted, as if the very fabric of reality was unraveling before my eyes. I started to hear noises. At first, they were faint whispers, lost in the wind. Then, they grew louder, coalescing into a chorus of moans, of sighs, of guttural grunts. It sounded like a congregation of the damned. Their sorrowful cries carried on the phantom breeze. These weren't the sounds of the wind, or the tires, or the usual nighttime sounds. These were things I could feel deep inside. It felt like I was being dragged closer to whatever created this place. I pressed my foot harder to the pedal, desperate to outrun the auditory assault, the metallic beast beneath me. Shuddering at the demand. Ahead, the highway twisted into a vortex, a swirling abyss of black asphalt that seemed to suck in the dim, unnatural light. There, in the center, something pulsated. A mass of darkness with tendrils of light coiling around it, like veins. It emitted an awful, low hum, a resonating frequency that vibrated through my bones, through the steel of the rig, resonating into my very soul. The noises grew even louder, desperate, painful. The truck bucked and lurched, pulled forward by the force of the vortex. The metal screamed in protest. But the pull was too strong, the will of the road absolute. I gripped the wheel tighter, my hands bleeding from the pressure. I closed my eyes, the guttural cries growing. And the truck was going to be dragged into that swirling darkness, a black hole formed out of twisted asphalt. I opened my eyes, not wanting to go. It was my choice. I still had that. I yanked the wheel hard, with all my might, as the truck reached the threshold. The tires screeched as I forced it, instead of entering the darkness, into the woods, the branches ripping and tearing. The cab shaking violently as I went through. It was my only hope. I was going to try. The truck bounced and bucked, as the trees thrashed against the metal, as I forced it through the woods. The road had tried to take me, and while it would haunt my dreams, I was free from that cycle. I had a chance. The woods are still there, dark and twisted, but the vortex is gone, and I am alone again. That marks the end of this last story. If you enjoyed the video, subscribing to this channel would help me out a lot. I appreciate you, and I'll see you in the next one.